Supremacy Games. Chapter 651 to 675. Chapter 651, Entering the UVR with Asna 2. Upon hearing his compliment and seeing his stunned expression, Asna tucked a lock of hair behind her ear while looking away, feeling quite embarrassed but mostly pleased. Meanwhile, Felix started to feel like his immunity against her captivating beauty had started to crumble yet again. He spent years looking at Asna, yet this new look was truly on a godly level. Seeing that he refused to move or say anything, Asna walked towards him in an elegant manner like a runaway model. The closer she gets, the faster Felix's heart started beating. When she was standing face to face, Felix felt like he was going to lose himself if he kept staring at her gorgeous citric star-like eyes. However, just as he tried to lower his head to avoid constant eye contact, Asna did the unexpected. She gently placed her hands behind his back and hugged him with her eyes closed shut and a smile filled with gratitude. With her head buried on his raging heart, Asna murmured softly, "Thank you for everything." Asna wasn't talking about him helping get into the UVR but from the very first moment where she met him in the ruins. She knew that without him, she would have still been there, slumbering for God knows how long, but look at her now. Dressing all glamorously in a cozy house in a virtual universe that was 10 times better than the real world. Understanding what she implied, Felix hugged her back and whispered in her ears after regaining control over his emotions, "Don't thank me. We are partners after all. Don't call us partners." Asna hit him lightly in his chest, feeling slightly irritated by hearing the term partners since it makes them seem like business partners. "How about bestie, cough?" Before Felix could finish his joke, Asna elbowed him in the stomach as hard as she could. She didn't know why she did it but she knew one thing, there was no way in hell she was getting friend-zoned. What was that for? Felix clutched his stomach as he looked at her with a wronged expression. In his eyes, he was just trying to enliven the mood a little. "Humph. Let's just go." Asna turned around and walked annoyedly towards the door. "Wait a second." Seeing her abnormal reaction, no matter how dense Felix was towards Asna, he still had some common sense left behind. It can't be. He had seen those reactions and behaviors from other exes in his previous life. Felix didn't even bother thinking too much about it as he decided to make sure for himself. The worst that could happen was another elbow to his stomach. So, he chased after her and held her shoulders gently right as she was about to leave his house. "What are you doing? How about soulmates?" Felix smiled faintly as he leaned his head on her shoulder. "Attaboy, smooth." Thor grinned as he watched with the other two. Meanwhile, Asna stiffened at once the moment she heard the term. It simply summed their situation perfectly and it had a nice ring to it. Soulmates. Asna felt her cheeks burning after repeating it faintly. "Do you like it?" Felix whispered in her ears. "No. Let's just leave already." Unfortunately, there was no way a tsantsan like Asna would admit it. She pushed his face away with her palm and rushed outside without looking back. "Damn you Asna and your mixed signals." Felix cursed as he chased after her. Well, the show is over. She is really hopeless. They still have plenty of time. Lady Sphinx, Hormungandr and Thor all stood up from a coach after seeing such a disappointing ending. Since Asna was in the UVR, they didn't need to bother with speaking out loud. A few minutes later, Felix was driving Asna to the cinema, planning to start their date with a movie that Asna always wanted to watch but he almost never had the time for it. As he drove towards it, he kept taking sneaky peeks at Asna, who was engrossed at looking from the window at the towering skyscrapers. Seeing her smiling as she kept enjoying the view put a smile on his face as well. He truly was happy that Asna finally wasn't trapped inside his mind that was smaller than a birdcage. After a while, Felix had reached the car's queue to descend to the cinema's front gate. He could have gone straight to the parking lot, but he didn't want Asna's first public appearance with him to be entering the cinema from the underground. That's just improper, especially when Asna was overdressed to the point she could actually give heart attacks to anyone feasting on her beauty. There is a lot of people down there. Is that normal? Asna wondered while looking below. When Felix looked down, he found also it a bit weird. There were hundreds of people just standing on the side and cheering with high-pitched voices. It seems like we are about to walk into a movie premiere. Felix murmured as he zoomed on a red carpet, leading straight to the entry of the cinema and the breathtaking men and women walking on it. They were wearing dresses and smiling at the cameras while waving their hands at their fans. No wonder the queue is packed with fancy hover cars. Asna turned to Felix and asked, "Should we go to a different cinema?" Asna knew that most studios book the entire cinema during their movies/series premiere to avoid problems. So, it was impossible for them to enter it unless they were given permission by the producer. "What are you talking about?" Felix gave her a funny look as he dialed a number. In a few seconds, the call was connected. "Mr. Igrees, please give me direct access to Megafilm Cinema in the Androxa capital. There seems to be a movie premiering right now." Felix got straight to the point. "Do you want to watch it with the actors and staff or get a private movie room?" Mr. Igrees replied. Felix peeked at Asna and coughed, "Private please." "Consider it done." Mr. Igrees confirmed and hung up. He was also just as busy as Felix. The only difference was running Felix's uprising business empire. "Problem solved," Felix said, smiling. "You better not try anything funny when we are inside." Asna squinted her eyes at him after hearing that he asked for a private room. She knew about his shenanigans with girls and private rooms. "Don't worry about that." Felix looked outside of the window as he said casually, "I will never treat you like other girls." Asna didn't know if she should feel happy or mad that she was happy at the sound of that. "Get a grip of your stupid emotions. Stop reacting to anything nice he says." Asna pinched her thigh in a hidden manner to wake some sense into her. Felix didn't notice her actions as he was deep in thought about the movie premiere. With Asna walking down the red carpet, those poor hard-working actresses are going to be forced to change careers after she kidnaps their fans. At least, they will be paid handsomely after this premiere will go viral. Felix had not a shred of doubt that Asna was going to flip the UVR upside down by her appearance. Since he couldn't tell her to wear a disguise lest he gets elbowed again, she was bound to go viral sooner or later. Wait a second. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Felix did a quick search on news about Asna and was shocked to find nothing. "It can't be, she told me that she spent her time in the UVR. Did she never show herself in the open?" Knowing that Asna didn't care about people's eyes on her made him scratch this thought. This left him with only one conclusion: Asna never entered the UVR. When Asna saw that he was looking at her weirdly, she decided to take a peek at his thoughts. "I am screwed." The moment she read them, she felt like her soul was about to escape from panic. Seeing her trying cutely to avoid having eye contact with him made Felix even more certain about his conclusion. "Asna." Ka thump. For the first time since he met Asna, Felix's heart had skipped a beat, not because of her unparalleled beauty that could shake nations but due to this unnoticeable gesture. Instead of being mad at her lying at him, Felix felt warm knowing that she preferred to stay with him when he was in a coma than go and have a fun time in the UVR. Only now, did he realize that self-centered sadistic Asna, who wanted nothing more than to see him suffer, seemed to have made a complete 180 degrees switch. He knew that she was opening up to him when she tried to delay him from drinking the soul-splitting potion after realizing the agony accompanying it. But he didn't think that she would actually resist entering the UVR for an entire month just to wait for him and do it together. It might seem like it was nothing, but Felix knew that it was a lot. It was the same as telling a man not to drink a bottle of water that was on his hands when he was thirsty for 3 days. The only difference was that Asna was thirsty for freedom for 20 million years. Chapter 652, Asna's first appearance. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Asna mumbled as she peeked at him. Felix smiled charmingly as he answered, "Somehow, you keep getting prettier in my eyes. Arg! Stop being so cheesy, you annoying prick. Asna assaulted him with her handbag, trying her best to hide her reddened cheeks. F***ck, at least marry me first before you abuse me. Felix cried in pain as he guarded his face. Arg! Stop talking. I am just saying. Don't say anything. Then, stop hitting me already. I can't, I am too mad. How is it my fault that you are mad for liking me? Erg. Drop dead already. Meanwhile, the primogenitors could only watch them squabble speechlessly, not knowing how to intervene. It was clear in their eyes that both Felix and Asna had caught feelings for each other but had absolutely no clue how to express them. Felix was still an asshole and Asna was being a tsintzen by refusing to acknowledge her feelings. At least they are quarreling like a couple. Lady Sphinx chuckled. Thankfully, Felix and Asna had to separate from each other after his bracelet started ringing. Cough, what up? Felix spoke while affixing his messy attire. Your access has been approved. Mr. Igrees informed, I have emailed you the details. Good work. My pleasure. Clank. Felix hung up and turned to Asna, who started to apply her makeup again with an irritated look. If only you cared about your looks enough to hesitate about getting physical. Felix mumbled under his breath as he fixed his hairstyle with a snap of a finger. Looking for a round two. Asna squinted her eyes at him while holding her ruined handbag. Cough, enough playing around, it's our turn soon. Felix changed the subject by pointing at the front entrance. Sure enough, only 2 cars were waiting in line in front of them. They had already descended to the ground and were merely a few meters away from the screaming crowd. Fortunately, Felix's hovercar had a tinted window, blocking the prying eyes from seeing their squabble. After he was done fixing his appearance, Felix focused on the actors and actresses on the red carpet, wanting to check if he knew anyone. Due to his business expanding heavily in the films industry, his primo company had acquired many uprising studios, actors/actresses, screenwriters, directors, and many more talented individuals. From time to time, Felix read the weekly report sent by Mr. Igrees to check on the numbers and see if he was being ripped off or not. With his photographic memory, he remembered all the actors/actresses that were in his weekly reports. Oh, is that Nancy and Jamal? Felix had spotted 2 of them already on the red carpet. They were taking pictures behind the movie posture. He knew them quite well since they were in his recommendation list of actors/actresses that he gave to Mr. Igrees. That list included all the actors/actresses that had plenty of talent but no real opportunity to show it sooner. It seems like they made it to fame earlier this time. Felix smiled, feeling a bit happy that his actions were affecting the timeline positively to some people at least. You have arrived to your destination. The car's AI announced after stopping it at the side of the red carpet. The front passenger seat was facing the reporters and the fans, who were clearly excited and anticipating the appearance of other guests. Any guesses? A reporter asked his co-worker while pointing his AP bracelet at the fancy hovercar. My bet on Nico or Lio. The co-worker responded as he watched the driver's door get opened. The moment he saw Felix stepping off the hovercar while wearing a blue marine tuxedo, his eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. He was too shocked to even take pictures of Felix as he walked composedly towards the front passenger seat. Everyone had gone silent as well, not knowing how to react to the sudden emergence of Felix. Even the actors and actresses were dumbfounded. No one expected the current most famous mainstream person in the Milky Way galaxy to show up in a movie premiere unrelated to him. Before they could make a sense of things, Felix opened the passenger door slowly and offered his hand inside in a gentlemanly manner. Asna held his hand with her long pretty fingers as he pulled her gently outside. Asna locked her hand around his arm intimately and they started walking on the red carpet with indifferent expressions. They passed by reporters, actors, actresses, film directors, guests, and everyone who was standing on the long red carpet. No one blocked them or said a single word. A few moments later, Felix and Asna entered the wide-open front gate and walked straight to their private movie room. Everyone simply watched their back disappear after going through a movie gate. The previous lively atmosphere filled with cheers and light flashes was nowhere to be seen. The only thing left behind was a piece of soothing music in the background that no one ever knew was there due to the noise. Thud. 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 Suddenly, tens of people started dropping to the ground akin to flies. Reporters, fans, and even actors/actresses. As for the others remaining up, most of them had a nosebleed or actually peed their pants, losing complete control over their bladder. Yet still, no one moved or dared to breathe out loud. Hell, they didn't even glance at the people who fainted near them. How could they do anything when their minds had only a single picture frozen in it? Asna's bewitching beauty as she walked elegantly on long heels in a dress that stole their souls. Although Felix was also extremely handsome due to his primo bloodline's mutations and immense reputation, his image next to Asna was completely obscured in everyone's minds. All of them without exceptions had fallen under her spell. A spell that was the dream of every charm elementalist in the universe. Natural mental shock. I must be hallucinating or something. Jamal murmured while touching his bleeding nose in bewilderment. When he saw Nancy staring into the void with a widened pupil and those who fainted on the ground, he felt his heart skip a beat. This is really happening. Jamal clutched his raging heart as he started taking deep breaths, trying to control his agitation. However, he realized that it was impossible since Asna's bewitching appearance kept resurfacing in his mind. The worst part, her appearance was a bit foggy in his mind, like his brain was having difficulty reimagining her perfect beauty. How can one be this beautiful? Even artificial beauty can't hold a candle against her. It's against universal laws. The more Jamal thought about it, the higher his blood pressure rose, forcing his nose to bleed yet again. For a famous actor like him, his unsightly appearance should have been captured by the reporters by now and turned him into a laughingstock in the network. Thankfully for him, the reporters were all frozen solid in their positions, trying to understand what the hell had just transpired before them. Arg, my head. What happened? Did I die? I remember seeing an angel. Soon, one by one the passed out people in the crowd began waking up while voicing their concerns. The dead silent atmosphere began to get noisy real quick as more and more people began speaking about the situation. A scoop. Move. F***ck. I didn't take a picture of that goddess. The reporters were the first to succumb to their reporting instincts as they ignored everyone on the red carpet and dashed towards the front entrance like their lives depend on it. I want to see my goddess too. A fan with bleeding noise jumped the obstacles that kept the crowd controlled and sprinted with an obsessed expression, following after the reporters. The moment the fans saw him, it all clicked on their minds that the moment they miss this chance, it might be impossible to see Asna another time in person. So, one by one, they all jumped obstacles and stormed the red carpet, not giving a crap about the actors and actresses in front of them. They shoved them to the side like some used goods and charged as one like some uncontrollable herd. Jamal and the actors who were nearer to the front entrance didn't hesitate to run inside, fearful for their lives from this madness. Close the gate! Scared shitless, the captain of the guards yelled as he jumped inside the cinema, not having any intentions of stopping those lunatics. Ka thump! Queen AI responded immediately and closed the gate shut a few meters before the crowd could burst inside the cinema. Thud! Smash! Thud! Let us in! You bastards trying to have her all to yourselves! I just want another glance, please. Nancy, you **TCH. I supported you for years. This is how you treat your fans. Jamal and the ones who made it inside the cinema could only stare in disbelief at the frenzied looks of their beloved fans as they tried to smash through the gate. This is madness, madness. Frightened, Jamal could only take a step away from the gate. He could see it in his fans' eyes that they wouldn't hesitate to stamp on him if he blocked their path from getting to Asna. The moment he thought about her, she resurfaced in his mind almost immediately like a curse. He lost control of his emotions yet again and started obsessing about her just like his fans. The only difference was that he didn't want to just see her but actually own her. She belongs to me. A goddess like her belongs to no other than me. I need to have her. Jamal was so far in his obsession, he completely forgot that Asna wasn't alone. She was accompanied by no other than Felix, landlord, and the boss of his boss's boss. Chapter 653, A Virus Level. Meanwhile, inside the movie world, Felix and Asna were enjoying their time greatly. They were seated next to each other as they experienced the movie unfold before them. They neither knew about the mayhem that Asna caused nor did they care to know about it. They simply engrossed themselves in the movie, laughing at jokes and cursing at retarded decisions by the main character. As Felix looked beside him and saw that Asna was having the best of her time within the movie world, he felt at ease like a burden was lifted from his shoulders. Now, he didn't need to feel a bit guilty whenever he tried to have fun in the UVR since Asna would be with him in it instead of being locked in his consciousness space. Will you look at this moron? She clearly likes you. Just kiss her already. Asna booed at the male main character, who was standing in front of the female main character's house, playing with his keys shyly like an idiot. The primogenitors didn't even bother to make fun of Asna's delusion anymore after hearing her statement. Don't worry, they will kiss eventually in part 2. Felix said casually while stuffing his mouth with popcorn. Ting! Before he could chew, a remote control smacked him right in the head. You prick! Why did you spoil it? Asna huffed angrily and pressed play on the new remote control. Knowing that he was at fault, Felix didn't even protest this time. He closed his mouth shut and continued watching the disappointing end of the movie. The male main character chickened out and the female main character thought that he was simply trying to take their relationship slowly. What a crappy ending, no wonder they made part 2. Asna criticized as she stood up. What are you doing? Felix asked, don't you want to watch part 2? No, the story is predictable at this point. Asna clapped her hands with a big smile and said, I wanna try amusement park. Felix didn't object since he also wanted to avoid rewatching the second of that crap. If it wasn't for being Asna's requested movie, he wouldn't have glanced at it. Soon, both of them exited the movie gate. The moment they did so, they were shocked to see hundreds of people trying to push themselves into the closed front gate of the cinema. Let me in. I am willing to be her dog. I want to see my goddess. Break the door. Kill landlord and save the goddess. Everyone went absolutely bonkers, appearing like a bunch of zombies, wanting to storm the building to eat them. This scared Asna a bit. She knew that she was beautiful but she didn't have expected that she would receive such an insane reaction. Who could blame her? She almost never met a commoner before besides Felix. The bastard's first reaction when he saw her was telling her that he saw better after he spent months building immunity against her beauty without her knowing about it. So, she was always underestimating her deadly beauty, not knowing that it could literally cause kingdoms to start a war for her. They are out. My goddess! Oh my god, I still can't believe my eyes that such a breathtaking woman exists. Meanwhile, the actors, actresses, and staff members who were inside the cinema all started pointing their fingers at Asna. As for the reporters, the ones who made it inside the cinema took advantage of the situation to start taking pictures of Asna without opening their eyes. They didn't want to blank out again and miss the opportunity. Unbeknownst to them, their shot was ruined by male actors taking big strides towards Asna. They were trying their best to maintain a composed appearance but failing miserably whenever their eyes met Asna's citric star-like eyes. The most confident in them was Jamal as he didn't try to hide his intentions at all while approaching Asna. Compared to Felix, he had his own charm as well. He was taller and well-built with muscles stretching his fine black suit. Since he was an actor, he wasn't lacking in the looks department as well. The moment he stood before them, he completely ignored Felix and offered his hand to Asna in a noble manner. May you bless me with hearing your name," he requested as he lowered his head a little. He appeared like a gentleman, but in reality, he just couldn't maintain eye contact with Asna's face for even a second. "Hold her. Take her away. Ravish her." He feared that he would make an ass of himself if he failed to control his raging obsessive emotions. Thankfully, he was an actor and his job was to control his expressions to a fine level. Meanwhile, Felix was nodding his head in approval. "No wonder he made it big in my previous life." He wasn't annoyed at all that Asna was being hit on by another man. He understood that any commoner capable of getting close to Asna without falling apart was worthy of admiration. On the other hand, Asna was pissed at Felix after hearing his thoughts. She expected that he would stand in front of her and send off Jamal like in the movies or something like that. Instead, he was admiring him. "Let's see if you will admire him now." Asna offered her snow-white hand in a graceful manner to Jamal and introduced herself with the sweetest smile she could muster, "Asna." Thud, thud, thud. Unfortunately, her plan to make Felix jealous had backfired horribly as the moment everyone heard her silvery voice and saw her smile, their eyes rolled at the back of their heads and started dropping to the ground. This time, everyone who had their eyes open fell victim to Asna's natural mental attack, especially the poor Jamal, who was the closest to her. He didn't even manage to touch Asna's fingers before his brain short-circuited, trying to analyze Asna's perfect smile and angelic voice. "Sigh, poor thing." Felix gave him a sympathetic glance before locking his arm with Asna's. "Let's leave before you start giving someone a heart attack." Felix dragged her with him towards the back door of the cinema. "Tisk, how disappointing." Asna looked behind her at Jamal annoyedly for not playing along with her. Still, when she noticed that her arm was locked with Felix intimately, she murmured, "This is not bad either." "What's that?" "Mind your business." "Geez, I doubt anyone will love you if they knew about your B*TCHY personality. Wanna bet?" Cough, "We are getting late to the amusement park." "Ha, that's what I thought." As they were bickering out loud with their arms locked in the corridor like some old married couple, pictures and videos of Asna were getting retweeted, shared, posted on every social media platform in the Milky Way galaxy. Going viral wasn't even the proper term for the chaos ongoing in the network right now. Felix went viral due to his games. As for Asna, she was like a virus. The moment someone sees her, they receive a strong mental shock, pass out, wake up, doubt their eyes, believe their eyes, and then start obsessing about her almost immediately by seeking any tiny kind of information about her. If they didn't find anything new, they would start posting and sharing news about her in hundreds of forums, hoping for someone to give them something new. When those poor bastards saw her pictures in those forums, they fell into the same curse and repeated the same sequence from the start. The media outlets didn't make it any better as they placed Asna's face on the front page of their papers and articles with bold titles. "The most beautiful woman in the universe had been spotted entering the cinema with landlord. Girlfriend or wife? Please be none. A living goddess belongs to all of us. Hundreds of people have fainted after seeing her face live. Is it a gimmick or real? Is her beauty artificial or real? 99% of the women in our survey claim that it is fake while experts claim that it is the real deal." There were hundreds of millions of those articles popping left and right in the network akin to forest mushrooms. The scary part, this was happening in merely 1 hour and a half. God knows if the news would spread to every galaxy by the end of the day. If that happened, Asna would be more popular than Felix. Why? Because her beauty was universal. It could make almost all species fall in her enchantment. When Felix peeked at the chaos in the network, he didn't dare to take Asna to the amusement park without making her wear sunglasses, a hat, and change her deadly dress. She already changed her dress to casual jeans and a tucked-in t-shirt, that highlighted her curves and exposed her belly a little. "If you don't want to wear it, I can book an amusement park tomorrow for just us," Felix suggested in the car after seeing that Asna was pouting while trying to pick a nice pair of sunglasses and a hat. It won't be fun. Asna shook her head. Amusement parks are all about the atmosphere. Then, stop whining and pick one already. Felix said, you won't have a chance to ride anything if you made a mess like in the cinema. How is it my fault? Asna pouted while wearing circular eyeglasses that covered both her eyes and eyebrows. How do I look? She asked as she turned to Felix. Felix sized her up with a single glance. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Somehow, you just got even sexier. You mean it? Asna giggled in delight. Unfortunately, I do. Felix sighed, let's hope it goes well in the park. Chapter 654, Amusement Park. 20 minutes later, Felix and Asna had reached a giant colorful gate that resembled a clown's mouth. Since Felix paid for a VIP experience, he ignored the long queue of hovercars before the gate and went through a side gate. The moment his hovercar emerged from the other side, Asna's eyes brightened up at the radiant and lively atmosphere of the amusement park. It was built on a world on its own, making it resemble a floating city in an empty clear sky. There were roller coasters tracks so long and twisted, they covered half the city from above and below it. A Ferris wheel that was touching the sky, it would cause most people to feel nauseated at its peak. There weren't any big buildings. Just structures for many unique games and colorful tents where employees serve street food, and mini games. Octopus Twister is about to start in 5 minutes. Line up. Haunted House is going to open at 2:00 p.m. The roller coaster of doom is about to start in 10 minutes. Line up. After Felix reached the ground and parked his hovercar, loud announcements like those kept resounding throughout the amusement park. Let's go ride the roller coaster first. Excited, Asna caught Felix's hand and sprinted through the crowd towards the roller coaster's station. Since the park was crowded and noisy, not a lot of people noticed Asna and Felix. As for those who did, they were left staring at them with widened eyes, not able to murmur a single word. By the time they recovered, Asna and Felix were already long gone. If she wasn't wearing a hat and sunglasses, she would have attracted everyone's attention even in this crowded atmosphere. In a short moment, Felix and Asna reached the elevator to the roller coaster of doom by riding together on his hover platform. Since the platform wasn't wide, Asna was forced to hug Felix from behind. Obviously, she rejected venomously at the start to have such close contact with Felix, but she still took his offer since they would never make it to the roller coaster in time without the platform. Whoa, how long is the wagon going to be? Asna wondered in surprise after seeing hundreds of people waiting in a queue in front of 5 elevators. If I recall correctly, 50 or 60 per ride. Felix answered as he hovered towards a teleportation circle guarded by 2 humans. After reaching it, he disembarked with Asna from the hover platform and showed the guards his VIP ticket. Before Asna could do the same, the guards opened the way with flushed cheeks and a thirsty look as they shouted, "No need. Please go in God, miss." Okay. Asna shrugged her shoulders and stepped inside the teleportation circle. Just as Felix wanted to follow her, the guards blocked him with fierce expressions. Did we approve you to move? What's up with this double standard treatment? Speechless, Felix could only show his ticket again to them, not wanting to cause a scene. He knew that he wasn't as good looking as Asna, but this was still too much. Meanwhile, Asna was chuckling at his expense behind the guards. Tisk, you can go in. Lucky bastard. The guards could only let Felix use the teleportation circle reluctantly. After stepping inside, both of them teleported to the top of the platform. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw that the area was packed and rowdy in front of a long red wagon in the shape of a serpent. It was half full already and the seats were continuing to get filled up from the queue. This time, Felix knew that his VIP ticket couldn't help him skip the queue on this one since most of the people waiting were VIP customers as well. But, he didn't want to wait for his turn since he had counted that more than 100 people were in front of him. This implied he would need to wait for 2 rides to finish. Felix examined the wagon and noticed that the very front seats were left open. It seems like no one wants to have a heart attack in this ride. Felix grinned, knowing that the front seats in this roller coaster were equivalent to suicide. That's because the speed of the roller coaster could reach up to 200 km per hour. In its descent, it was able to reach up to 300 km per hour. It was already too much for commoners to handle. How could they go further and sit at the very front? As he expected, the wagon soon had filled up entirely, leaving only those two unwanted seats. Neither the adults nor the kids in the queue dared to step forward. The operator had seen this happen many times to bother himself with it. So, he simply yelled out, "Last call. Let's go." Felix caught Asna's hand and rushed with her towards the wagon, uncaring about the people's looks. He jumped inside the front seat and pulled Asna quickly inside, making her yelp in shock. He fixed her seatbelt for her, not caring about her pissed look, and then he fixed his own. The moment he finished, the wagon shook slightly and then started moving forward. "Now we good?" Felix smiled at Asna, not bothering with her annoyed look. "You didn't need to be so rough," she complained as she massaged her palm. Although she had one of the strongest consciousness in the universe, she was merely a mortal inside the UVR. There was no way the Queen AI could allow beings like her to attain their overpowering strength within her universe. Either that or everyone will storm on us again. Felix shrugged his shoulders. When Asna glanced behind her and saw that everyone on the wagon was staring at her with a spell-struck expression, she couldn't find fault with what he said. "Look in front." Felix grinned as he poked her. The moment Asna turned around, she yelped in terror as she gripped into Felix's jacket tightly. Who could blame her for reacting like that? They had reached the arched part of the track rail. It was bent at 90 degrees, making Asna able to see the entire amusement park from a height of 2 kilometers. "I changed my mind. I don't want to do this." Asna cried in fear as the wagon started moving downward slowly. Asna knew that the moment the other half of the wagon crossed over the arched track rail, the wagon would be in a free fall. "How can this scare you?" Felix already lifted his hands in the air, preparing for the descent. In normal cases, this kind of speed was nothing to him, but Felix was smart enough to nerve himself so he could feel the thrill. "Please. Please. Felix, Felix. We. Woah. Mommy." A symphony of high-pitched, terrified and excited screams boomed loudly in the sky as the wagon smashed through clouds in its rapid descent. Typically, normal roller coasters would never reach such a height for the safety of their passengers and the structural integrity. But this was the UVR. Everything was possible, making the owners of this amusement park go wild. Whoosh! Whoosh! They sure went wild with this roller coaster as the moment it reached the bottom, it started twisting in cone-shaped track rail, forcing Asna's hair to flail all over the place. F***ck, keep your hair away from my mouth. Felix cursed telepathically as he kept spitting Asna's hair strands. "I hate you." Alas, Asna was too scared to care about Felix's comfort. She had her eyes closed shut while hugging the seatbelt like her life depended on it. Such a reaction was normal for someone who almost never did anything fun besides watching movies and painting her nails. "Aren't you going to open your eyes? You are about to miss the view." Felix tempted. "I don't want to talk to you. You will regret it if you missed it." Felix said sincerely, "The wagon is slowing down, this is your best chance." Sensing that the speed had indeed dropped to a reasonable pace, Asna decided to trust him and see what he was talking about it. She opened her eyes slowly and started glancing around. The first thing she saw was Felix looking above him. Asna lifted her head and was surprised to see tens of mermaids dancing in a giant lake below the amusement park. The roller coaster track was long enough it covered the entire city from every direction. Unfortunately, Asna opened her eyes late, making her miss almost the entire show. Right now, the wagon was climbing up from below the park. Since its speed was manageable, Asna kept her eyes open and watched the people having fun in other games as the wagon passed over them. Memories of the time she spent in the ruins resurfaced in her mind, making this scene seem like a dream to her. Even the time she spent before she was imprisoned was lifeless compared to this moment. I am really free. Asna smiled charmingly as she enjoyed the breeze caress her cheeks gently. This was the first time in a very long time she experienced the wind like this. Chapter 655, The First Move. Felix peeked at her and couldn't help but feel his heart start racing yet again. This time, he didn't do anything to stop it, he let his emotions out, knowing that Asna would believe that he was reacting this way due to the ride. Felix knew that he shouldn't be feeling like this for Asna since it could ruin their relationship forever, but he couldn't help it. He had already fallen and the only thing he could do now was play it safe. At least, until he was certain of her emotions directed at him. He understood that Asna was quite fickle in her behavior and emotions. Oh no! Not again! Felix's thoughts were broken by Asna's panicky voice. When he looked in front of him, he realized that the wagon had already reached the peak and it was about to descend one more time. Kai. No. I wanna go home. While Asna was joining the others in their screams with her eyes closed shut, Felix placed his hands behind his head in a relaxed manner as he thought to himself, the worst that can happen is embarrassing myself. A few minutes later, the wagon finally returned to the original platform. The people in the queue cheered in excitement while the ones in the wagon either escaped with shaky legs or remained seated with eyes closed shut. Queen, kick them off please. The operator requested with a bored tone. Everyone had been sent below the platform. Even Felix and Asna. It was done like this to avoid people trying to play again after they just finished while the others still wait below for their turn. Wanna do it again? Felix teased as he supported Asna from her waist while she tries to catch her breath. Prick. Asna gave him a middle finger with a tearful look. It was an exciting experience but she would rather lock herself back in Felix's mind than attempt it again. Alright, no need for the finger, there are kids here. Felix lowered her finger and suggested, how about we eat something? You look like you can't handle another game. I want fried red mingle wings dipped in hot sauce. Asna's eyes brightened up at him mentioning food. She was quite excited to experience UVR's cuisine fully. For a foodie like her, it was one of her first targets. She used to mimic the food in Felix's memories but since Felix wasn't really that interested in cuisine, his memories didn't have too many unique choices for her. In a few minutes, Felix and Asna reached an open restaurant that was packed with families. Not a single table was available for them. Let's get a takeout and eat it in the garden. Felix suggested while eyeing a giant holographic menu. Okay. Asna nodded her head and pointed her finger at the dish she wanted on the menu. Felix picked the same plate as hers and added 2 cans of root beer. Then, he paid for it with a click of a button and went to get his food from the front desk. After he picked the 2 plates, he handed one to Asna and walked together in direction of a wide-open garden that was also an open zoo. Felix and Asna sat below a giant pink sakura-like tree and placed the plates on their thighs. Then, they unsealed the wrapper and started eating in enjoyment while watching all kinds of unique and gentle animals walking by them. There was no bickering, no talking, no cursing, just chilling and eating together in silence. After a short while, they finished their food and went for a walk next to the lake. They could see marine life forms swimming peacefully below and even silhouettes of mermaids dancing at the bottom. Do you want to experience the Ferris wheel or haunted house or something? Felix inquired casually. I am done with hardcore games, so let's just try the Ferris wheel and then leave. Asna answered. Let's get going then. Felix beamed his hover platform and jumped on it. Then, he lifted Asna up and said, hold tight. Since Asna already rode it once with him, she wasn't as embarrassed as the first time. After a short while, they reached the Ferris wheel's entrance. They were lucky to find it still loading passengers in carts. Each cart was big enough to hold 4. Still, if the person riding it first wanted to have it all to himself, he could totally do so. Felix and Asna walked towards the operator and showed him their VIP ticket. Please, go ahead. The operator started stuttering after coming face to face with Asna. He didn't even bother to check her VIP ticket or inform her of the rules. Thank you, handsome. Asna smiled at him and stepped forward in the cart. The moment the people in the queue saw her smile, their begrudging looks went away almost instantaneously. Unnoticed by others, Felix joined Asna inside the cart with a peeved look. Such an unfair society. If it was another VIP individual, he would have been booed to death by the ones in the queue. Cluck! Cluck! The cart's door got closed automatically as the wheel started moving slowly forward, giving space for the next cart to get filled up. What do you want to do next after the wheel? Felix stretched his limbs as he suggested. Swimming pool? Beach? Visiting exploration ruins? Play fake supremacy games? Or something else? I don't know, there is so much to do, I am starting to get overwhelmed. Asna said. No need to rush. Felix yawned as he gazed from the window. We will do everything eventually. Okay. Asna felt a bit happy at him mentioning doing those activities together instead of leaving her to do them alone. As they waited for the wheel to start rotating, the news and pictures of Asna had already spread to multiple galaxies and even landed in the hands of some high echelons individuals. No matter if one was a broke peasant with a mountain of debt on his back or a king owning tens of solar systems, all of them had one final reaction. Complete obsession over Asna, making them want her to be theirs so bad, they were willing to do anything. Since Felix had been spotted with her, everyone believed that she was accompanying him in the real world. So, they added new bounties to find him again. Felix didn't give a shit about those bounties since he already had thousands of them. As for the women, most of them expressed intense jealousy over Asna's beauty. Yet, the majority tried to copy Asna's appearance for their own benefits in the UVR. Unfortunately, the moment they tried doing so, the Queen shocked them with, "The owner of this appearance is not allowing anyone to copy it." Unlike Felix, who monetized his appearance by allowing anyone to copy it as long as they pay for it, Asna outright denied it. In her eyes, no amount of money could make her share her appearance with anyone. Felix had no intention of persuading her differently since it was her own decision to make. "Oh, by the way, we need to get you a bank account," Felix mentioned. Asna shook her head as she replied, "No need, Big Sis already gave me one of hers." "I see." Felix didn't bother asking her about money after hearing so. He knew that Lady Sphinx must have taken care of it just like she did with Thor and Hormungandr. After waiting 15 minutes, the Ferris wheel had been finally refilled with new passengers and started rotating in a slow manner. Since its height had reached up to 1 kilometer, the view from above was truly mystical. Asna and Felix didn't speak to each other at all as they kept reeling in the breathtaking sunset from within the clouds. Felix glanced at Asna and saw that she was fully engrossed in looking outside of the window. When he looked down, he noticed that her right hand was placed on the seat next to him. Now or never. Felix wasn't known for being hesitant. So, he took advantage of the atmosphere and placed his hand above hers. He didn't hold her hand or anything, he just kept it placed on hers. Asna flinched when she felt his warm palm, but she didn't turn around or pull back her hand back. She simply kept her head facing the window without saying anything. When Felix looked at her blushed face reflected on the window, he couldn't help but smile faintly and hold her hand. Asna tensed up for a little bit, but soon, she relaxed her shoulders and connected her fingers with his hand. No one spoke, no one thought of anything, yet, both of them understood completely what each other wanted from the other. Still, neither Felix nor Asna voiced it out loud. They just stayed holding hands like that without even facing each other. Even for a playboy like Felix, a moment like this almost never happened to him before since he never fell truly in love with a girl. So, he didn't make any other advancement on Asna and just played it slow like this. It's not like Asna was going anywhere. Chapter 656, electromagnetism exercise. Weeks went by and Asna's virus was still getting out of hand in the network. Her random appearances with Felix in restaurants, water parks, beaches, or just walking hand in public parks were being taken extremely seriously by anyone interested in her. Hell, she already had tens of fan clubs that were packed with billions of fans. Since those interested in her were for the sake of her unparalleled beauty, they came from all industries. This pushed her clubs to raise way higher than every actor, actress, and SG player. When compared to Felix's fan club, the numbers had already surpassed him. Due to the lack of information about her and her secretive persona, some of those clubs had been turned into cult-like groups, where they legit worship her as a goddess. On the other hand, Felix's reputation had reached a new low due to him being seen holding hands with Asna from time to time. Everyone who was obsessed with Asna wanted nothing else but to rip Felix into pieces. Whenever they imagine Felix doing something dirty to Asna, they feel like their hearts were getting stamped brutally. In their eyes, if they couldn't have her then no one should. Hence, Felix had been getting cursed a lot lately in the network due to Asna. Those curses or snarky remarks were coming from commoners, SG players, and even authoritative figures. Unfortunately for them, Felix's face was thick enough to handle every hateful remark thrown at him. In fact, the more hate he received, the happier he got since they just keep emphasizing his relationship with Asna. Speaking about their relationship, it was progressing slower than a snail pace. Weeks went by already and they had yet to do anything besides holding hands. In fact, they were just bickering more often now. It seemed like there was some sort of emotional barrier that was hard to break for them. Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Hormungandr didn't try to help them out since they wanted them to figure out on their own. Right at this moment, Felix was going hard on his training. He wanted to master electromagnetism as fast as possible so he could be ready to learn Psychic Shield. It was an ability that assisted Thor in resisting mental attacks. Though, it was quite difficult to learn due to its high requirement on electromagnetism control. Meanwhile, Asna was hanging around in Lady Sphinx's house, spending most of those days sunbathing near the pool. "Aren't you planning on working or something? Didn't you get thousands of offers in films and such? It can be fun," Lady Sphinx said while lying beside Asna in front of her massive pool. "I am too lazy." Asna yawned and started stretching like a cat on her seat. She was wearing a beautiful white one-piece that highlighted her curves. If Felix was around, his mouth would be watering already. "Won't you be bored wasting your days like this?" Lady Sphinx wondered. "Maybe later, but now." Asna wore her sunglasses as she smiled happily. "I just want to relax like this." "Help! He is going to kill me. You brat! How dare you raise your voice at me?" Mute. Upon hearing Felix's cry of help, Asna didn't hesitate to disconnect their minds. It happened way too often in those days, she was accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Felix could be seen being chased by Thor with a hammer on top of a snowy mountain. He was terrified for his life since he had just snapped at Thor reflexively after getting punished for the 100th time for failing to make a titan out of metal like the Transformers. "You little shit, failed 100 times and still dare to raise your voice." Thor cursed as he threw his hammer at Felix akin to a homing missile. "It's just impossible right now." Felix cried out loud with an aggrieved expression as he blocked the hammer with electrical arcs. "I told you many times to let him learn at his own pace." Hormungandr fired shots at Thor. "Maybe that's why he liked training with me more. No wonder his poison manipulation is falling behind." Thor snickered as he teleported in front of Felix and caught him by his neck. Since Thor was 3 meters tall, Felix appeared like a baby chick held in his palm. Felix stopped resisting at once, knowing that he couldn't do anything inside Thor's room. He was a god in it after all. "I will give you one more chance. If you failed, the punishment period will double," Thor warned as he teleported with Felix back into the snowy peak. The moment Felix was thrown to the ground, he started shivering at the thought of his punishment getting doubled. Who could blame him? The punishment was getting showered under thunderclouds with weakened lightning resistance instead of his immunity. The pain wasn't a joke. You got this. You already failed 100 times, just don't repeat the same mistakes. Felix pumped himself with some encouraging words. Still, his biggest motivation was avoiding the punishment at all costs. Begin! Thor yelled as he manifested hundreds of metallic parts. Some of them were as tall as a tree and some of them were as tiny as a nail. Felix had to make a precise humanoid robot out of those parts in less than 15 minutes without relying on his supersonic mode. First, separate the limbs and the torso to the side. Felix aimed his palms at the biggest parts and lifted them up by using electromagnetism. It made him appear like he was using lightning arcs to lift heavy objects. Thud thud. After placing them down, Felix started separating the smaller parts on each side. He paid special care to the bolts and nails since they could easily disappear under the snow. If he forgot even one of them, Thor would give him crap about it. Zlz. The way he got them together was by making them attach themselves to a bigger metal part by using electromagnetism. Then, he placed it near him and swiftly focused on the bigger parts. Let's try the torso this time. Felix took a deep breath and used all he got to lift the torso in the air with tens of electrical arcs. Since it was heavy, he really had a hard time moving it quickly to his desired location. Thud. Still, he preserved and made it happen without dropping it once. Good. Felix was quite delighted by his success since he almost always dropped it and gets forced to waste even more energy to lift it back up. Because he was using only his energy tank, he truly couldn't afford to waste a little bit lest he ends up out before completing his task. It already happened tens of times before. After lying the torso down on its back, Felix lifted the left thigh and connected it with its place on the torso. Then, he picked up 30 bolts exactly and started affixing the thigh with the torso without using anything besides his electromagnetism. To control such small bolts, Felix needed to be extremely delicate unlike before. Otherwise, the bolt would be fired off like a bullet if he gave it even a little bit more of his energy. Well done. Carry on. You have 13 minutes left. Thor complimented from above as he watched Felix clean his sweaty forehead after screwing all the bolts in their places. 13 minutes, I need to go even faster. Felix understood that he still had other limbs and joints to deal with. If he wanted to get this over with in time, he needed to increase his efficiency without compromising his work. So, he quickly repeated the same process with the other thigh and moved to the knee joints the moment he was done. Instead of doing them one by one, Felix lifted both joints at the same time and attached them carefully with the thighs. Not wasting time with celebration, Felix took a handful of bolts and started screwing 3 by 3 as fast as he could. His eyes weren't focusing on anything but the tiny holes on the joints and the thighs. The worst part, he wouldn't completely connect them together since the joints wouldn't allow the robot to walk. Thor wanted a real transformer, not a toy. So, Felix had to know exactly which holes he needed to skip while going at such speed. SZLZLZLZ. 11 minutes. Since time was short, Felix didn't even check if he did them right or not after he was done. He quickly lifted the legs and connected them with the knees one by one. Naturally, the feet had joints as well, making it a requirement for him to get them perfectly. 9 minutes. Faster, 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 faster. Felix's hands turned into ghosts as he worked on connecting the shoulders, arms, elbows, and hands. He never glanced back to double-check on his work just to gain that extra second or two. After he was done with both arms, Thor shouted that only 3 minutes remained. By now, Felix was starting to feel exhaustion signs due to his elemental energy getting lower and lower. Asna, who always fill it back in, was sunbathing near the pool, uncaring about his sufferings. Come on, last 2 parts. Felix cracked his fingers and then aimed them at the giant robotic neck. Electrical snakes emerged from the tip of his fingers and pulled up the neck from the snow. Go! Instead of walking with it, Felix hurled near the near-completed robot. Thor raised an eyebrow in displeasure, but he didn't say anything. He just watched Felix struggle to connect the neck with the torso and then move back towards the head. I can't lift anything anymore. Felix stared, exhaling out loud as he had just finished a 10 km marathon. The giant head in front of him appeared like a mountain in his current state. 40 seconds. Yet, the moment he heard Thor's voice, Felix mustered everything he had to push the head towards the neck. Naturally, he utilized only electromagnetism to do so. Due to its spherical shape, it made it much easier for Felix to reach the neck quickly. 10 seconds. Felix pulled the remaining bolts from his pockets and attached each one on the tip of his finger. Then, he screwed them all at the same time by firing them into the tiny holes precisely. The moment they got connected with the holes, Felix turned his fingers around and the bolts all started spinning into their rightful holes. Time over. Thor teleported instantly in front of Felix, stopping him from trying anything else. He didn't even need to, as the moment Felix heard his voice, he dropped face down into the snow like a dead dog. He was left with only 1% in his elemental pool. Enough to keep him awake but in a trance. Finally. Felix smiled proudly. After failing 100 times to finish the giant robot, he was ought to feel proud of such accomplishment. Especially when he doubted himself about getting it done. Chapter 657, Seeking a New Identity. Naturally, Felix didn't know if it would work since he didn't double-check on his work at all. But, he was still proud of his quick improvement over the past month. From being able to measly connect nails with walls, Felix was now able to create a giant 10 meters metallic robot all by himself. Thor might be hard-handed in his training, but it showed time and time again that it worked just fine to push Felix's limits and turn the impossible into possible. Get your ass up and pilot this thing. Thor grinned as he kicked Felix's feet lightly. It better move properly or tonight you will be cooked under another lightning shower. Upon hearing so, Felix quickly refilled his tank and bounced back up on his feet. He rubbed his hands in nervousness while standing behind the robot. Don't you dare fail me now! Felix murmured as he entered the head of the robot from a door in the back. Inside the head, there was only a chair and 2 metallic poles attached with it and the neck. Felix sat on the chair and placed his hands on the poles. Then, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I need to connect all the limbs with myself. Felix sent out a stream of discharges from his palm that went through the metallic pole and spread throughout the massive robotic body. Each time he reached a limb, he separated an electrical string and attached it with the limb and on one of his fingers. He did this with all of the other limbs and joints until all of his fingers were linked with them. Thor was gentle enough not to make Felix work on the robot's fingers and toes as well. Let's test their mobility first. Felix started with the head as he controlled it to turn slightly to the left by raising his finger. The electrical string attached to the head suddenly expanded into tens of electrical lines and forced the head to move as Felix directed. Clank clank. The noise the head made was irritating all right, but Felix didn't give a shit as he was pleased by it moving as he wanted. After all, if his bolts were screwed wrong, the head wouldn't even be able to move. Felix did the same test with all the other limbs and found out that none of them suffered from any issues. Thank God! Felix sighed in relief. Good, good, now try to stand up. Thor said with his arms crossed. Alright, gimme a section. Felix knew that it was going to be extremely difficult to achieve if he wasn't fully focused. After all, he would need to control multiple joints at the same time to make it happen. If he got confused for even a split second, he would end up giving the wrong orders. After spending 30 seconds creating an outline of the movement required to stand up, Felix snapped his eyes open and began playing with his fingers like a pianist. Clack clack. Every time he moved a finger, the correspondent joint get encased in tens of electrical thin wires before getting forced to move. Thor pulled some distance and watched the giant robot use both of his hands to pull himself into a dog position. Then, the robot placed one hand on his knee and the other used it to propel himself up. Just as the robot was going to fall on his back due to the sudden shift in balance, Felix used all he got to lift the other leg as well. Voila! The 10 meters robot was now standing on his feet with bent knees in a wide-open stance, to enhance his balance. Let's go! Inside the head, Felix was already sweating buckets with his fingers twitching all over. Yet, he was still laughing excitedly as he never expected himself to actually pull it off. After failing the 100th time, one was bound to lose faith in his ability. Since every fail was accompanied by hellish punishment, it just made it worse for Felix to continue on this exercise. To the point, he truly believed that it was impossible to pull it off. Fortunately for him, Thor never gave up on his ability to do it. Very good, kiddo. Thor smiled with a pleased look as he teleported next to Felix inside the cockpit. He patted his shoulder and said, "You can let go now." Although it was really hard to keep this giant piece of metal remain standing on a windy peak of a mountain, Felix was reluctant to disconnect his electromagnetism. "Can I play with it a bit?" Felix requested. "Knock yourself out. Our session will end soon anyway." Thor shrugged his shoulders and logged out of the UVR. He, Queen, remove the limitation on my energy and take us to a smooth surface," Felix requested while grinning in glee. It was a dream of every man or boy to pilot a mech and F***ck some shit up. When Felix was sent to a normal white room, he didn't hesitate to ask for another mech AI to fight him. Unfortunately, even without energy limitation, he got his ass handed to him. After all, he was piloting a clunky piece of the junk while he was going against a real mech. Nevertheless, Felix was having fun utilizing nothing but his electromagnetism to operate his robot. In real-life battles, Felix knew that creating a robotic mech to fight with was absolutely useless. No one would wait until he finishes, and if he was given the chance to create it, the enemies he was going to face could blow it up with a single ability. He knew it, Thor knew it. Still, he was forced to pass this exercise since the final product wasn't the reward but the techniques mastered during its creation. Felix was now able to control his electromagnetism either delicately or forcefully. He could do them at the same time if he wanted. Mastering those techniques was the real reward. In addition, having the ability to work on metallic objects like this could potentially help Felix in space if his spaceship ever got blown or something. "I believe he is ready now to learn your psychic shield," Jormungandr mentioned while sitting next to Thor. "I will keep an eye on him in the upcoming month," Thor responded. Thor knew that learning a psychic shield wasn't going to be an easy endeavor. It might take Felix years before mastering it if he stayed consistent in his training. That's because one single mistake in using the technique might end up blowing Felix's brain. It was that risky. 2 months later. "Sir Felix, we have reached the territory of the capital city of the Guardian Empire," the Queen announced. "Phew, we are finally here." Felix wiped his sweaty forehead while holding into a solidified white poison arrow. "Master, can I end the training early today?" Felix requested from Jormungandr. "Ahem." Jormungandr made an acknowledging sound while playing chess with Thor. Upon getting his confirmation, Felix logged out and requested the Queen to slow the spaceship's speed. "How many kilometers left for our destination?" Felix asked. 148,359 kilometers before arriving at the capital planet. Felix thought about it for a second before responding, "Keep going at this pace." Felix didn't want to enter the planet before his void bloodline arrives. It was safer and easier to attempt entering the third stage of replacement in his spaceship than in an unfamiliar environment. Felix was told by Lady Sphinx that the bloodline would reach in the next upcoming days at best. "Queen, what will cost me to change my identity?" Felix inquired as he sat in his bedroom. "Changing identity is impossible unless you wish for it. Based on your current owned wishes, you can only change it temporarily for 2 years if you combine 2 wishes," Queen replied. "I see." Felix nodded his head in understanding. In the beginning, Felix planned only to change his identity during the trial of the Void Mercenary Guild. However, after doing some research, he realized that the Void Guild's trials were held up only in the capital city of the Guardian Empire. Felix knew that he couldn't enter the capital city without providing his identification. If he did so, he would be exposed almost immediately to the higher-up of the Empire since he was a wanted man in secret. Don't let his glorified reputation in the human race foul you. The upper echelons still desired to capture him and extract all of his secrets. 2 years, I think it will be enough to harvest the required void energy. Felix nodded his head as he requested, Queen, let me check the list of identities. Almost immediately, Felix was presented with a list of randomized identities that were generated by her. Felix clicked on one of them and started reading its details. It had everything about the character. Age, school, address, job, financial situation, etc. There was even a picture accompanied with the list of information. The moment Felix agreed to this identity, he would be this person for 2 years without worrying about getting discovered. That's because the Queen didn't just generate those details randomly. She manipulated the system to make this character real by putting all these data in its right places. The identity was as legit as Felix's own. Chapter 658, The Arrival of Lord Cow's Subordinate. In front of Felix, there were hundreds of those randomized identities, giving him a headache on which one to pick. After a gruesome 30 minutes of nitpicking each identity, Felix finally settled with this one. Name, Lancelot Kelly. Age, 31, born 12th of September. Social class, middle class. Education, went to Mercy Public School. Address, Lot El Doha, NR 458, Imperial City, Ragos Planet. Criminal record, N/A. Marital status, single. Job, Galaxy's Explorer. Financial status, struggling slightly //. The reason he chose this identity was due to his job. Being a Galaxy's Explorer meant having a slight chance of getting something extraordinary. That's because finding a new galaxy signified new opportunities and sometimes weird supernatural encounters. This would help Felix throw the dogs off him during his void creatures hunt. As for the appearance, Felix requested the Queen to leave it empty for now. He knew that his appearance was going to change anyway after he integrate with the void primogenitor bloodline. 5 days later at 5 a.m. Little thief, wake up! Lady Sphinx informed the sleeping Felix, Lord Cow's subordinate have arrived and waiting for your permission. What crappy timing! Felix rubbed his groggy eyes as he stood up from his bed in his pajamas. He wore his sandals and went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. After being refreshed by the cold water, Felix got out and stood in the middle of his bedroom. I am ready, Felix said. Lady Sphinx gave permission to Lord Cow's subordinate telepathically. The moment she did so, the space in front of Felix began to twist and flicker like it was made out of candy. Felix took a step back instinctively as he sensed a great danger in front of him. Before he could react, a 4 meters thin humanoid purple mass of energy appeared in that place. He had no facial features besides a reversed eye in the center of his forehead. His arms were long enough he was dragging them on the floor. He truly appeared like a doodle made by a kid. What the hell is this thing? Weirded out, Felix sized up the being that was emitting so much pressure. The sheets and furniture kept moving around. One of the pacified void creatures made by Lord Cow's. Lady Sphinx answered as she watched the void creature hand out a tiny spatial card to Felix. Pacified, you say? Felix gulped a mouthful as he took the spatial card and retreated a few meters back. His instincts refused to calm down, forcing him to keep his guard up. Fortunately, there was nothing to worry about. The moment he caught the spatial card, the weird-looking void creature disappeared as sudden as he appeared. How the hell does he keep appearing and disappearing like this? Although Felix's instinct calmed down, he still kept his distance from the void creature's place. You can be at ease, he already went back to the Void Realm. Lady Sphinx replied. Felix was honestly spooked to hear that. He always thought those void creatures were required to go through void portals to enter the matter universe. When Lady Sphinx told him that Lord Chaos's subordinate would be traveling through the Void Realm, he believed that he would exit from the nearest portal to his position then heads towards him. Not swagger into his spaceship and go back to the Void Realm like it was nothing special. Don't worry too much. Lady Sphinx informed, only a few unique void creatures had such an ability like Void Succubus and Greedy Jinns. The majority still required to use portals. Why is that? Felix inquired. Because to travel through both universes, the void creature is required to have the Void Eye. Lady Sphinx answered. Void Eye? Felix couldn't help but recall the peculiar reversed eye on that void creature's forehead. He didn't think that it was the key to free-dimensional travel. Why is it hard for the rest of the void creatures to have it? He asked. Because only Lord Chaos and Paragon of Sins could help a void creature cultivate it. Lady Sphinx replied patiently, since it is bothersome and consumes a lot of their energy, it's impossible for them to help thousands of void creatures own it. That's the reason why only void creatures with smaller figures could possibly own it, unlike symbiotes, glutinous cube, etc. Although Felix was relieved to hear that it was impossible for those cosmic beings to own it, he was still uncomfortable by the notion that void creatures were capable of ambushing him from anywhere. After all, they were traveling the void realm that mirrored the matter universe. As long as they have correct coordinates, they could show up next to his bed while he was asleep. Void creatures are truly too scary. Felix smiled bitterly, feeling slightly worked up by the information. Although he knew that it was an extremely low chance of being ambushed in that fashion, Felix still could not get rid of the possibility out of his mind. Especially when he was going to be dealing with void creatures more often in this year. Did you forget that you will be integrating with void bloodline soon? Lady Sphinx smiled. There is a high chance of you unlocking a passive that will help you sense fluctuation around you. Those fluctuations are the feedback of what's going on in the mirroring void realm. So, if a void creature is standing nearby you in the void realm, you will sense him beforehand. That's truly a relief. Felix's mind was at ease after hearing so. Let's just hope your shitty luck won't screw you over. Asna chuckled while getting a full-body massage by Lady Sphinx's maids in her house. Felix's eyelids twitched at the sound of that, feeling like it might happen for real since there was still a possibility of him not getting it. Let's hope for the best. Felix took the spatial card from his bracelet and placed the one given to him by Lord Chaos. Oh Lord! The instant he accessed the inventory, he was left absolutely gobsmacked by the items in it. There were at least 100 boxes in it, all colored the same. All of them had a symbol of void energy, letting Felix figure out their content immediately. I don't know if he is being generous or just more interested in Nemo's hatching than us. Thor gave a hollow laugh. I am willing to bet it's the latter. Hormungandr said. They had already noticed during their meeting that Lord Chaos was quite invested in matters related to the Paragon of Sins. Since he sent them hundreds of boxes filled with void energy, it only meant that he wanted Nemo to hatch as fast as possible so he could grow quickly and replace the Paragon of Sins. Don't mind me taking some of your food, Nemo. Felix grinned shamelessly as he beamed 10 boxes and stacked them to the side. Since it was almost impossible to get void energy online, Felix had no way to use void-based abilities even if he integrated with the void bloodline. In addition, he needed void energy to increase his affinity to 100% after he drinks the void potion that would awaken his affinity to the element. Based on Lady Sphinx, the potion had already been made by her a month before and was on its journey to him. It could arrive from 3 to 10 days max. Lord Chaos's gift was truly too timely even though it wasn't directed to him. If it wasn't for it, Felix would have gone hunting void creatures normally like other mercenaries to gather as much void energy as possible and push his affinity to the peak. When Nemo saw Felix looking at the chests with a greedy grin, he didn't know what he was up scheming. But he still felt like he was being robbed, making him jump around in indignation. Eee. Eee. You better quieten down or I will come get you. Asna threatened while yawning lazily. Eee. Immediately after hearing her devilish voice, Nemo jumped on Lady Sphinx's lap and curled up fearfully. He truly got the short end of the stick to end up in the clutches of those two shameless and sadistic duo. Let's see what grade of stones he sent. Felix rubbed his palms while trying to open one of the chests. Are you stupid? Thor berated almost immediately. Hey! The box is the container for the energy. Hormungandr informed, the moment you open it, the energy will dissipate almost immediately. Is it because of its nature? Felix pulled back his hands after figuring out what they meant. Since he almost never interacted with void energy before, he forgot to consider that its energy wasn't like the others. For water, fire, ice, wind, and most elements, their elemental energy gets absorbed through rocks, stones, or other physical objects. Felix believed that he would find void rocks inside the chest instead of the energy itself. Rare elements should never be treated the same as uncommon and common elements. This container must be special for it to keep the energy within. Felix examined the black chests thoroughly, knowing that elemental energy shouldn't be contained physical objects. It could actually travel through them quite easily like microwaves and such. Only void material can hold into void energy. Lady Sphinx answered his doubts. As expected of Lord Chaos. Felix admired, knowing that it was almost impossible for him to create solid material through his elements and actually make them remain permanent or self-sustaining. The best he could do was create solidified tiny poison objects that could break quite easily. He still had too much to learn to reach the level of primogenitors when it came to elemental manipulation. Chapter 659, The Third Replacement. After finding out that he couldn't check on the energy, Felix ignored the boxes for now and started searching in his spatial inventory for the bloodline bottle. There you are. Felix had found it in a jiffy and beamed it on his hand. It was a medium-sized common glass bottle that looked like an empty bottle for a soft drink. It was filled to the brim with a purplish gooey substance. This is more than enough for me to reach 120% in my integration. Felix was quite speechless by the amount he received. For the first time ever, he wasn't required to go hunt for primogenitor's essence in beasts' bloodlines. A process that he dreaded immensely due to how bothersome, wasteful, and time-consuming it was. Although he knew that Lord Chaos was going to give him enough to reach the peak in his integration, he truly didn't expect that it would be this much. Thank you, Elder. Felix showed his appreciation by bowing slightly to the bottle. Then, he beamed it inside the spatial card. Before he reached 100% in his void affinity, it was impossible to integrate with a primogenitor's bloodline. Each time I use a new primogenitor's bloodline, I am supposed to receive a major boost to all of my stats. Felix pondered, since the enhancement is limited due to my own body, it's better if I entered the third stage of replacement after reaching the fourth mark. Felix recognized that this was the best move to make currently. Since the void potion was still being delayed, it's better to enhance his strength as much as possible before the replacement process, at least, his physical strength. The worst that could happen was spending a month or two in hibernation to quicken the absorption process. Elders, you think it's the right thing to do? Felix inquired. Indeed, those opportunities don't come too often. Hormungandr agreed. Same, it's alright to skip training for 2 months if it's something like this. Thor supported. You do you. Lady Sphinx waved her hand indifferently as she focused on her book. Upon receiving their confirmation, Felix beamed many containers, each holding into a high-graded natural treasure. You bastard, why didn't you ask for my opinion? Asna fumed. It's not like you will answer truthfully. Felix answered mockingly. You. Asna was left tongue-tied at his response. She knew that he was right as the moment he would ask her, she would be too embarrassed to stop him from going into hibernation. See? Felix smiled bitterly. This was the reason why their relationship almost never took off. Asna was still not comfortable with being open to Felix. She was probably not comfortable with being open to anyone. Felix couldn't really do much about it since it was her issue to solve. He already had hundreds of matters on his plate to take care of. Felix ignored the awkward silence in his mind and started doing the maths to figure out the quantity required to make the final push to the fourth mark. In the past months, he spent each day devouring B and C graded natural treasures so he could remain awake and increase his strength gradually. By now, he was merely missing 25% more or less to reach the peak of the third mark. So, I will need 10 more A-graded natural treasures. Felix sighed, my stock is running empty already and I have yet to reach even fifth mark. Since each A-graded treasure cost tens of billions of coins if it was auctioned, Felix was thoroughly powering himself by throwing money down the sewer. Too bad for him, this was the price a human like him needed to pay to touch the toes of the giants. Soon, Felix stopped moping about the expenses and went to his VR pod. Queen, turn on the highest cloaking level of the spaceship and keep it on standby. As you command. Upon hearing so, Felix began shoving the natural treasures one by one down his throat akin to a beast. He didn't bother to even chew them since their taste was horrendous. Barb. After he ate them all, Felix immediately began feeling dizzy and heavy. Knowing that he could enter hibernation at any moment, Felix quickly laid inside the VR pod and got comfortable. See you in a couple of mont. Before he could even finish his sentence, Felix's brain had been forced to shut down by the devourer's heart. Right now, every ounce of energy was used for the sole purpose of absorbing natural treasures. This was the reason why being in hibernation was much better than taking slow daily intake. Though, the fact that he wasted months doing nothing but sleeping still was a disadvantage that Felix disliked greatly. 4 months later, Felix could be seen sitting in a lotus position on the cold floor of his bedroom. He was currently meditating to prepare himself for the replacement of his bloodline. He woke up from his hibernation months ago and had already drunk the void potion and increased his affinity to 100%. All it took was a single chest to achieve so. This spoke highly of the quality of the void energy sent by Lord Kaos. It wasn't the purest level of energy but it was getting there. With Asna's help, Felix was fed directly with the purified void energy for a month or so until he reached a 100% affinity rating. As for the gained strength from hitting the fourth mark, Felix could be now considered as strong as a peak origin realm bloodliner when it came to pure physical strength. He had merely reached the fourth mark and he was already at the peak of humanity when it came to physical strength. In the Devourer system, there were 30 marks in total. What's even scarier, Felix was just about to receive his fourth bloodline enhancement and he still got at least 4 more to go. After spending 10 more minutes meditating, Felix let out a long silent exhale from his nose and opened his eyes slowly. Nothing was reflected on his pupil but absolute void. He was finally ready for the third stage of replacement. Let us begin. Felix beamed Lord Kaos's bloodline bottle and placed it next to him. Then, he beamed the rest of the integration materials and equipment. How much are you going for? Asna asked. For some reason, I am confident in integrating with 13% successfully. Felix replied while drawing that amount in his needle from the bottle. 13%? Are you really sure? Asna asked with a worried tone. In his previous replacement, Felix had integrated with 11%. That was already too high since he was dealing with primogenitor's bloodlines. I don't really know but I just feel like I can take it. Felix joked, maybe getting my ass fried by lightning bolts every day enhanced my confidence in taking pain. This is not the time to joke around. Asna berated, if you failed this, you die. So just play it safe and at least integrate with 12%. Felix shook his head in rejection. He knew that it was smarter to play it safe but he felt like only those who risk it truly get mutations. He really wanted to receive a mutation from Lord Kaos. He didn't know what it was going to be but Felix was certain that it would assist him greatly in dealing with void creatures. Just as Asna wanted to change his mind, Lady Sphinx intervened, leave him be. Don't mess with his mental state right now with unnecessary concerns. It will just affect him poorly. Okay. Upon hearing so, Asna could only bite her lips nervously and watch Felix bring the needle right in front of his human heart. He already asked Lady Sphinx if it was possible to inject the bloodline with his devourer's heart and she rejected it. She explained that in normal situations, his human heart was the one responsible for regulating his bloodstream even though his devourer's heart was currently his main. Devourer's heart worked only during emergencies and when Felix ate a natural treasure. After taking another deep breath, Felix injected everything at once and followed it by drinking other potions for integration. The tenants in his mind all focused on Felix, who was waiting patiently for the pain to kick off. A minute later, Felix's heart thumped loudly once before an unimaginable agony kicked in all at once, assaulting his entire being. Since Felix wasn't biting on the leather belt, he screamed at the top of his voice, not caring about anyone hearing him in his spaceship. Both of his hearts kept booming thunderously as Lord Cows's genes kept invading every cell in his body. Since the pain was coming from every part of his body, Felix had absolutely no clue if he received a mutation or lost Thor's mutation. At this point, he didn't bother to think about them as the only thing he wanted was for the pain to go away already. Yet, no matter how tough it got or how much bloodshot his eyes appeared, Felix had prevailed through the entire duration, lasting full 15 minutes without requiring anyone's assistance. Though, he still ended up passing out after the entire replacement process had finished. Just like his second replacement, Felix's entire body was left lying on a puddle of sweat and blood, making it impossible to see what were the mutations that he received. This time, Felix had laid on this bloody pool for merely a few minutes before the Queen used the symbiote skin of the spaceship to pick him up. Then, she placed him inside a medical pod that Felix had prepared for himself. She closed the glass door and left him bath in it to treat his shitty condition and also clean himself up. The moment the blood had been cleared from his body and hair, Asna and the rest couldn't help but stare at his forehead in intrigue. Chapter 660, Lord Cow's Mutations. After a couple of hours, Felix's eyelids started quivering slightly. Wakey wakey. Asna smiled with a relieved look. How long was I out fo? Hey. Felix was forced to close his mouth shut after opening his eyes and seeing nothing but pitch darkness. Why am I blind? He inquired in confusion as he kept opening and closing his eyes again and again, hoping to be met with a different result. You are not blind. Lady Sphinx answered as she stared at his forehead, you are now looking directly at the void realm. What? Felix was left dumbfounded by her response. Can't you sense something bulging out of your forehead? Thor chuckled. Forehead. The moment Felix heard so, he felt chills coursing on his spine after he sensed a spherical object placed right in the center of his forehead. Since he couldn't see for shit, he didn't know what it was. However, after recalling Lord Cows's weird-looking subordinate and the reversed eye in his forehead, Felix had a pretty good guess. You are right. Lady Sphinx smiled, congratulations for inheriting Lord Cows's void eye. It can't be. In utter disbelief, Felix reached out his finger trying to touch the eye. However, the moment his finger was about to come in contact with the pupil, his instincts started tingling warning him not to do it. It has no eyelids. Felix figured out the reason almost immediately. If it had eyelids, his subconscious would have closed them shut to protect it from direct contact. Since it didn't have them, it was up to his instincts to do the job. If it has no eyelids, how am I supposed to close it? Felix kept ordering his mind to close it shut but nothing happened. The world was still just pure darkness all around him. Try to block it with your palm completely and your vision will be restored back to normal. Lady Sphinx advised. All right. Felix did as he was told, not wanting to spend another second glancing at the void realm. It was too scary even for him. Ah! It's all good now. Felix was surprised to see that his normal vision was truly restored. The first thing he noticed was that he was lying in a medical pool. So, he removed the oxygen mask and requested the queen to open the glass door. As he stepped outside of the pool without clothes on him, Felix noticed another new addition. His hair had grown to a few meters just like always, but this time, its appearance had completely dumbfounded him. His hair was glowing faintly just like Asna's gorgeous crimson hair. The only difference was that Felix's hair was now colored with a mixture of blue, pink, purple, and black. Though, the color purple was most dominant. Since his hair was glowing faintly and was 3 meters long, it truly appeared like he was dragging behind him the Milky Way galaxy. It was as flamboyant as it could get and Felix had no idea what to do with it. Can't I keep my hair for once? Why do I keep inheriting always a hair mutation? Felix wanted to cry but had no tears. It matches well with your eyes. Asna giggled at his depression. Don't tell me my eyes also changed. Felix quickly rushed to the bathroom and looked at his reflection in the mirror. The moment he noticed that his irises had been changed to violet while his pupil remained white, he sighed in relief. Thank God it's violet. Felix really was scared that it would be pink after he spotted some pinky hair strands in his hair. Soon, Felix's attention was brought back to the void eye on his forehead. Since he was covering it with his palm, he hadn't checked it yet. How am I supposed to see it? Felix thought to himself. He knew that the moment he removed his palm, he would be looking at the darkness of the void realm again. Most importantly, why the hell is it more dominant than my truth eyes? This truly threw him off at the start. The fact that his truth eyes were completely overshadowed by his void eye. In his mind, the truth eyes were supposed to be the best eyes in the universe. Say what again? Lady Sphinx snapped her book shut immediately after hearing his statement. Cough, I misspoke. Before Felix could apologize over his slip of the tongue, Lady Sphinx corrected his thinking calmly. It's only natural that the void eye will dominate your truth eye. The void eye is the same as the void vision in my truth eyes. Lady Sphinx said, if your mental energy wasn't an embarrassment, you wouldn't even need to own that eye to see the void realm. Upon hearing so, Felix recalled that he was still stuck at the second classment of the truth eyes, the quantum vision. In reality, there was still the third classment, spiritual vision, fourth classment, void vision, fifth classment, truth vision, and lastly, even a sixth unknown classment. So Lady Sphinx was indeed correct, the void eye could never overshadow her eyes if Felix was at a higher classment. Still, since you have inherited the void eye from Lord Chaos personally, it won't have only the basic functions like my void vision. Lady Sphinx opened her book again as she shared one last time to know what it does fully. Ask Lord Chaos personally. Ask Lord Chaos. Felix's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit scared about Lord Chaos's reaction when he finds out that he had inherited his void eye. After all, Lord Chaos had demonstrated in their latest meeting that he didn't approve of Felix yet. What if I used my infrared vision only? Felix thought. Instead of thinking too much, Felix went for it, hoping that he would be able to spot his arm through the pitch darkness. Unfortunately, no heat or bones appeared as he directly stared at his arm. Not giving up, Felix had used other types of visions, ranging from gamma rays, microwaves, radio waves, ultra-infrared vision, and more. Nothing. Felix sighed, I am truly looking through dimensions. Felix stopped his attempts at last after realizing that nothing could travel through dimensions besides time itself. Queen, take a picture of me with the bracelet. Felix requested as he stared directly in the mirror. Since he was seeing nothing but darkness, he had to use the bracelet instead of his eyes to take the picture. Done. After receiving a confirmation, Felix covered the void eye with his palm again. Then, he brought out the holographic selfie. Hey! It looks different than the one I saw on that void creature. Felix tilted his head in confusion as he looked at his void eye. It wasn't reversed as he had seen and its irises were wine-colored. Meanwhile, the pupil resembled a frog's rectangle pupil but had a long thin line passing through it. From afar, it looked like a plus sign plus. Its color was black, matching well with the redness of the irises. After looking at it for a few seconds, Felix inquired, "Is this how Lord Cows's eye looks like?" "Never seen it before." "Don't know." "Same, Lord Cow's has never exposed his void eye to other primogenitors." The primos in his mind all expressed their ignorance on the matter. Felix believed them since he had seen Lord Cow's faceless form before. Though, he was confident that it would be the same since it would make no sense to inherit a different eye after using his bloodline. "For now, let's cover it up." Felix decided to stop asking unanswerable questions and focus on matters at hand. The first problem he had was covering the eye so it wouldn't affect his vision. However, since it had no eyelids, he knew that he shouldn't just cover it with a normal piece of cloth to avoid irritating it. Thankfully, he had a few nanosuits in his spatial card. Felix brought out the highest quality nanosuit in his possession and requested the Queen to transform it into a thin black bandana. Since its size was quite small, the Queen couldn't use the entire nanosuit to make it. It would be way too thick. So, she used only 30% of the nanobots to make it. "Looking good." Felix complimented as he felt the bandana in his hand. It was smoother than silk and lighter than a feather. Without further ado, Felix wore it on his forehead in a gentle manner. He could sense that the fabric was touching the eye. Though, it didn't hurt him that much due to the materials. Felix knew that during intense movements, it would start to be a real pain in the ass. So, he couldn't leave it like this. "Queen, program the nanobots to always avoid touching my void eye," Felix requested. For Queen AI, this request was nothing too difficult. She spent less than a millisecond to achieve the intended purpose. "Now, it's much better." Felix smiled in comfort after the fabric was taken off his void eye. If one looked closer, one would notice that the bandana was slightly bulging from the position of the eye. The best part about using nanobots as a bandana was the protection involved. It was like wearing armor for an eye. Now that he was done with his mutation, Felix brought out scissors and started cutting his hair to a reasonable length. "What a shame, you looked fancy." Asna sighed disappointedly as she watched the Milky Way galaxy getting destroyed by his barbaric hands. "This hairstyle is already high-profiled enough." Felix's eyelids twitched as he stared at his shortened hair glow in the semi-darkened bathroom. Felix placed the scissors down and pulled his bandana slightly upward to keep his hair standing while also covering his void eye. To be fair, he actually pulled off the bandana look quite well. Anyone who sees him wouldn't doubt that he was using the bandana for style instead of covering the void eye. Chapter 661, Breaking the Limit. In a while, Felix exited the bathroom after taking a quick shower to get rid of the medicine smell. While he was within, he had finally noticed that Thor's mutation was gone. His skin had returned to normal without having those tiny holes that helped him absorb lightning. Sigh, if only I can keep it. Felix sat on his bed with a bitter smile. He truly didn't want to lose it forever after all the hard work that he had done to master it. What's worse, the moment he loses it, he wouldn't be able to enter supersonic mode anymore. It was truly one hell of a combination with his passive lightning-quick reflexes. One boosts his speed and the other boosts his reflexes and thinking process, turning him into a god of lightning. If you edged lightning-quick reflexes as your permanent ability, you are almost guaranteed to get back the mutation. Thor shared. Really? Felix's eyebrows rose in surprise. He always assumed that a mutation could be kept only if one edged an ability that had a direct relation with it. For example, he didn't have a single ability related to his tail mutation. That ended up in losing it forever. However, because he had an ability related to Lady Sphinx's eyes, he managed to keep them to himself permanently. That's why I said almost. Thor shrugged his shoulders, it's not really 100% guaranteed. So, if I edged lightning-quick reflexes and didn't get the mutation, I am pretty much F***ed, right? Yep. Upon hearing so, Felix felt like he was in a dilemma. If he stayed with his original plan and just edged lightning transmutation, he would 100% lose his mutation. However, if he dared to risk it and attempt to edge lightning quick reflexes passive, he would have a very high chance of keeping the mutation and the perks that came with it. Naming a few, he would keep his supersonic mode, his potion concoction wouldn't be affected terribly, and he would have a way to absorb lightning back into his body, which could be used again like recycled energy. There were truly a lot of perks to this mutation and Felix hated giving them away. F***ck it. Lightning transmutation is a good ability, but I can totally do it on my own after a couple of years of hard work. On the other hand, the mutation will be gone forever if I don't try to keep it now. Felix clapped his hands loudly as he made his decision. He knew that he would regret it greatly years later when he finally have enough mastery in lightning manipulation to transmute himself without relying on a bloodline ability. In a bloodline path, the abilities weren't the most important assets for him but the permanent mutations of primogenitors. He would rather risk it now than regret it forever. Final decision. Thor asked sternly. Yes. Please do it now. Felix nodded his head affirmatively as he sat down on the floor. As you wish. Thor snapped his finger casually, helping Felix merge the genetics responsible for lightning quick reflexes passive into his 1% human bloodline. Before Felix could react, he started feeling irritating itchiness all over his body like a colony of ants were treading on his skin. Thank God! Yet, Felix didn't seem too annoyed by it. Instead, he was beyond cheerful since he could sense all of his pores widening up. The lightning absorbers had returned. Congratulations, kiddo! Thor smirked as he eyed Hormungandr. He was clearly taunting him that Felix had a mutation belonging to him while he had none from Hormungandr. Well, it couldn't be helped. When Felix awakened with Hormungandr's bloodline, he had used only 1%. It was a miracle that he had gotten hair and eye mutation. Prick! Hormungandr didn't even bother to reply as he merely gave him a sneaky middle finger, not wanting Lady Sphinx to see it. Much appreciated, Elder. Delighted, Felix responded to Thor while controlling his pores to close up without any issue. He truly didn't want to lose this mutation. Not after everything he had gone through to control it properly. However, before he could engross himself in happiness, Felix felt like his body didn't belong to him. Everything was different. From his physical strength, body structure, sudden increase of weight, mental clarity, senses, energy capacity, and more. It was such a drastic change, he actually noticed it without trying to do anything. The hell? How much stronger did I get? Felix knew that Thor's bloodline enhancement would happen only after the etching process ends. So, he was expecting to notice some upgrades to his strength, but this was a new sensation. A sensation that made him so confident in his current physical strength he could go head-to-head with Flame Bearer. Eager, Felix quickly logged into the UVR and returned to his private UVR's room that was transformed into a massive training gym. He walked to the machine responsible for calculating one's physical strength and tightened his fists a couple of times while taking deep breaths. The instant he felt that he was ready, Felix punched the pad of the machine as hard as he could. Boom! The machine was pushed tens of meters back like it was hit by a sledgehammer. Meanwhile, smoke rose from the bent pad after it detached from Felix's punch. It can't be. Felix couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the aftermath of his strike. He knew that the machine was programmed to handle the strongest recorded punch delivered by a human. So, anything below it wouldn't even budge it. When Felix zoomed on the red numbers on its screen, he felt his heart skip a beat. 69,447 BF. In utter disbelief, he murmured the calculated results of his punch. In his previous game, Felix's strongest punch would at most reach 37 kbf. So, his physical strength didn't just get enhanced but actually doubled. Felix was stupefied because he knew that the strongest origin bloodliner in the history of the human race had reached the limit at 60 kbf. That was considered as the untouchable peak by any human since that origin bloodliner had broken through to the origin realm by using only the best physical strength-related bloodlines in his path. Felix had just crossed the 70K mark while still at his third replacement. If other humans knew about it, another shockwave would be sent throughout the entire galaxy. A 21-year-old young man was currently the strongest human to ever exist when it came to pure physical strength. Just unreal. Felix was still finding it hard to comprehend such a massive jump in his standing. He always dreamed about reaching such heights, but he never expected that it would happen so quickly. I need to test it out. Eager, Felix tightened his fists with inflamed eyes. Queen, make the strongest origin bloodliner AI dummy and set him at the highest difficulty possible. Felix requested as he cracked his fingers in excitement. It was time to face against copies of the strongest humans that ever lived. 20 minutes later, Felix had finished his testing. He could be seen standing in the center of tens of wrecked broken AI dummies while staring at his fist in an absolute stupor. Who could blame him? Those AI dummies possessed the peak physical strength of an origin bloodliner and they were set at extreme difficulty. Yet, he still destroyed tens of them like it was a walk in the park. It was now confirmed that Felix could be considered as the strongest human in existence when it came to pure physical strength. This is too uncanny. In his mind, Felix always believed that he would not possess enough strength to beat them until a few years later. That's because origin bloodliners' strengths vary from one to another based on their bloodline path. For example, an origin bloodliner who used only rare/epic bloodlines from his awakening to his 6th stage of replacement would be extremely weaker when compared to an origin bloodliner who used higher-ranked bloodlines. It's like the bloodline's rarity was the foundation to a better enhancement during the breakthrough to origin realm. Naturally, those bloodlines needed to be compatible with each other as well, making it even harder for origin bloodliners to receive the best enhancement possible after their breakthrough. Felix didn't just beat those bloodliners with a weaker bloodline path but AI dummies who had an equivalent strength to an origin bloodliners with the strongest bloodline path possible. How do you feel to be standing at the top of the pyramid for your race? Asna joked with a pretty smile. Easy now little Asna. Hormungandr said, he should think like that when he beat real origin bloodliners with their specialties. That's true. Thor agreed, those AI dummies might be good but they will never be the same as real origin bloodliners no matter what difficulty you put them on. You just can't ignore their experience and hardship that true origin bloodliners go through to reach their peak. Indeed. Felix nodded his head firmly in agreement. He might not have dealt with origin bloodliners too often but Felix understood one thing. They were real monsters to be feared not because of their strength but the experience they gained throughout their long journeys. It was simply impossible for a human to break through to the origin realm without being a true warrior who fought thousands of life or death battles and survived them all. Only then could their minds and mental state be honed to face the most difficult challenge in their lives. Devouring 99% of 7th-tier bloodline that coursed on their veins by relying only on their 1% human bloodline. Felix would never underestimate those origin bloodliners just because of their honed mental state. Chapter 662, Low-born Void Creatures. In addition, origin bloodliners had their own specialties and fighting style unique to only themselves. Those AI dummies could try as much as possible to copy it but Felix would always find flaws in it and defeat them. Right now, all I have confirmed is that I have enough physical strength to blow even origin bloodliners. Felix released his tightened fist as he spoke, but that's only if it landed on them. Felix had already tested his other enhancement and found out that they weren't affected by his advancement to the 4th mark. That's to be expected since the Devourer system was focused purely on physical strength. This meant, the enhancements in his mental defenses, energy capacity, senses, and the rest, were good but not as amazing as his physical strength upgrade. He could even say that he was still lacking in this regard when compared to the strongest origin bloodliners in the universe. So, he wasn't the strongest human yet. But, it won't be too far. Felix smirked, as long as I keep with my current pace, I will be at the strongest human in no time. A few hours later, Felix was done adjusting to his new physical strength. He could now control it properly in addition to knowing his limitations. He had fought against WoW's Nero AI again and found out that he was strong enough to inflict bruises on their skin but still not enough to crack their scales and shell. Though, his physical defenses were improved drastically as well, giving him higher resistance to elemental abilities. Now, let's check this mutation. Felix touched his forehead as he sat on the floor. The only two capabilities he knew so far was that his eye could allow him to see through the void realm and enter it just like Lord Kao's subordinate. But, he still had no idea how to do so. The one who truly knows wasn't interested in joining the party in his mind at this moment. Lord Kaos had told them that he would be leaving a wisp in Felix's mind to monitor him. However, he never told them when exactly was he planning on doing so. If he was currently hiding in Felix's body, Lady Sphinx would have spotted him almost immediately. For now, let's see what I can work with. Felix lowered the bandana on both of his eyes, freeing his void eye. This made his hair fall off and cover the void eye a little bit. But Felix didn't seem to care about it since a couple of hair strands couldn't block him from seeing the void realm. The reason he pulled the bandana instead of removing it entirely was that he wanted to protect his other two eyes when he wouldn't be using them. After all, he was looking into another dimension and really had no idea what's going on in the matter universe. Queen, does the void realm mirror the matter universe even in the UVR? Felix inquired. Yes. Queen AI replied, but, no void creatures exist in the void realm of the UVR unless you wanted the area around you to have them. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He knew that Queen couldn't just make shit up whenever she liked. Since she had no idea how the void realm looked like and where the void creatures exit, she made it with only the data she owned. Her own data was limited greatly since no one in the history of the universe had stepped in the void realm and returned in one piece. Still, it was common knowledge that the void realm was as dark as a black hole. So, Felix was still seeing nothing but pitch darkness. But unlike last time, he wasn't scared at all because he knew that void creature would not pop out of anywhere. Test number 1. Felix took a deep breath and requested, Queen, please place 2 lowborn void creatures a couple of meters away from me. Place one of them in the matter universe and the other in the void realm. Queen AI did as she was told and created those 2 lowborn void creatures. Unlike Lord Kao's subordinate who appeared like a kid's doodle, anyone who saw those 2 void creatures would know that they were monsters from someone's nightmares. One of them was a Hulk that reached 5 meters in height. Weirdly enough, he had 4 tiny small legs resembling deer's legs. Meanwhile, his torso was that of a stallion and his head was deformed and faceless. The balance was all over the place. What made him look like a creepy monster was the black mist oozing from his shoulders like a cape. If one took a closer look, he would realize that his tiny feet weren't touching the ground at all. He was levitating. How could something made out of nothingness have physical properties? On the other hand, the other void creature was as tiny as a red sparrow. Yet, he had no wings. Instead, he was floating in the air like a small mass of black energy. This was the true terror of void creatures. They had no fixed shapes and could be as big as Titan or as small an ant. There were even humanoid versions of void creatures that had been spotted before in the infested areas. All of them were just as equally dangerous. Facing a giant void creature meant an easier target but would require much more energy to overwhelm it. Yet, mercenaries actually preferred meeting them than tiny void creatures. After all, they were almost invisible and could ambush them out of nowhere due to their formless bodies. Those unique shapes and appearances had actually given birth to the theory that the void realm was hell. Everyone who died with many sins on his shoulder would be reborn as a void creature in the void realm. The ones who were good would be sent to the spiritual realm. Naturally, those theories were for believers and didn't have solid evidence backing them up. Still, quite a few races believed in them like the Pandian race. That's why Felix told Asna that he would rather be reborn as a void creature after blowing his soul than giving it to hers during their first meeting. Interesting. Felix scratched his chin as he stared at both void creatures. He could see them outlined with dark purple inside the pitch darkness of the void realm. The only difference was that the smaller void creature was exhibiting less pressure than the big one in the matter universe. It seems like my senses are still bound to the matter universe even though I am staring into the void. Felix had concluded from that slight difference. This had also answered one of his other questions. Though, Felix still had to make sure that he was certain. Queen, please make both void creatures attack me one by one. Felix requested as he stood defenselessly in front of those monsters. Are you ready? Please. The moment the queen heard his confirmation, she ordered the attack at Felix. The first to make a move was the horse-like void creature as he charged at Felix through the air. The scariest part, he made absolutely no noise as he approached Felix rapidly like he was traveling through a vacuum space. Stay calm. Felix had to fight off against his own instincts to stop himself from avoiding the collision. Boredom. Although the void creature was formless, his collision against Felix still made a noise like two physical objects smashed into each other. The low-born void creature was bounced back from the shockwave while Felix merely took a single step back. What the f***ck is this pain? Yet, Felix was the one who was left in absolute agony as he dropped on his knees while clutching into his chest. Stop the test and heal me. Felix bitched out almost immediately from continuing the test, not allowing the queen to attack him with the other void creature. After he got healed back to shape, he took a couple of deep breaths and stared at his own naked chest in horror. Now you know what it feels to have every particle of your body get deconstructed from existence. Lady Sphinx chuckled. He is lucky that his elemental resistance has been boosted greatly, making his cells tougher to break apart by the void energy. Thor snickered. If he received the attack months ago, he would have been turned into nothingness almost immediately. This was the power of the void element. Fire burns, ice freezes, wind cuts. As for void energy, it deconstructs matter and energy to the last particle until only pure nothingness was left behind. No element or law could stand before it. Even the toughest material in the universe like Strucrace was useless. This was the reason why other primogenitors feared and respected Lord Chaos as an elder instead of a peer. They simply could not stand a chance against him in battle when his element was an absolute counter to all their elements. Chapter 663, Planet Winter. Felix had known this all along and was ready to take the punch from the void creature. But, he didn't expect that it would hurt like **tch. What's worse, he had realized that if he didn't stop the test, the void energy on his chest would have invaded his body slowly and continued its slow but agonizing deconstruction of his cells. The only way to avoid it was by cutting out his chest open and removing all the infected parts before it went too deep. He saw this happening in battle videos between mercenaries squads and void creatures packs. Only now did he understand and experience the horror of getting touched by void energy. This type of void energy is nothing. Hormungandr said, what you experienced is the same as a poison attack with a weak potency. I expected that. Felix said sternly. He knew that just like other elements, void energy also had degrees to it. In the case of his poison, using a normal inducement would absolutely do nothing against players like Wowfsnero even if they inhaled it for 2 hours. However, if he increased the potency to x20 or such, it would be a deadly threat to even them. It was the same for his lightning and electricity. If he increased the voltage, the color would change from white to golden, so is its power. In the case of void creatures, lowborn types were using the weakest form of void energy. That's why instead of going through Felix's physical body and deleting him in the process, the void creatures bounced away after colliding with him. The potency was too weak against Felix's resistance. However, if an elite void creature or a unique void creature did the same, Felix would have lost his torso instantly. No wonder only epic 5th stage bloodliners and above dare to enter the Void Guild. Felix shook his head. dealing with those nightmares is truly playing with death. The worst part, since there was no void beast to kill and get its bloodline for integration, no one had a chance to get void element resistance. Not even the weakest form of resistance. In the case of Felix, he was only 2% away from reaching 15% and unlocking the first 2 passives. Felix didn't doubt for a second that he wouldn't unlock void immunity. It was the only ability he was confident in securing. After experiencing the hellish agony of being hit by void energy, he was relieved that he would unlock it. A couple of hours later, Felix had exited his training room after finishing all the tests possible with his level of knowledge. There were not that many honestly. He tested if he could get hit by a void creature who resides in the void realm while using his eye. The result was quite relieving as the void creature didn't even notice him. Like Felix wasn't even there for it to attack him. So, no need to worry about interdimensional ambushes. Another test he took was for eye strain. He kept gazing at the void realm for more than 3 hours, yet he didn't feel tired at all or mentally exhausted. This implied that he was neither wasting elemental nor mental energy to use the mutation. He did a couple more tests and concluded his training for the day. Unfortunately, he was more excited to actually enter the void realm by using the void eye. But he absolutely had no idea how to achieve it. He tried almost everything but to no avail. For now, Felix restarted his journey to the capital planet of the Guardian Empire after finally confirming the identity he had chosen for the Queen. He had chosen a picture of himself but with a few modifications to his face. Now, anyone who had seen him would not guess that he was Felix at all, giving him an ease of mind to participate in the mercenary trials in the planet city. 7 days later, the Dark Deviant had finally entered the exosphere of the capital planet of the Guardian Empire. Felix glanced from the window at the planet and couldn't help but feel cold just by the mere sight of it. That's because most of its territory was covered in snow with gloomy clouds all over it. This was the reason the planet was called winter. All of its seasons were cold and chilly due to its distance from its star. For a rich empire, one would assume that they would place their capital on the warmest planet in their territory to have a beautiful atmosphere. Unfortunately, the Guardian Empire government was ruled by the great commander of the Galactical Army. The strongest army in the galaxy and the true shields against the void creatures' invasions. He used every method possible to toughen his own soldiers and also demonstrate that the army wasn't filled with a bunch of wussies. That's why the capital city wasn't populated by a single commoner, since they couldn't handle the extremely cold atmosphere every day in their lives. This entailed that only bloodliners were residing on this planet. From servants to the highest ranked person. After a short while, Felix's spaceship had docked on one of the many transportation stations around the planet. He had received permission to access the planet after his new ID came back clean. When he explained to the Transportation Security Administration that he was here to join the Void Mercenary, he was welcomed with big arms. Especially, when his criminal record was flawless. Everyone who wanted to join the war against the Void creatures was respected in the Guardian Empire. Plus, they had a few more benefits, unlike other visitors. Such as a personal space elevator for all new recruits. "Hello, are you planning to join the army or the mercs?" A long-faced man with a brown mustache asked Felix politely the moment he sat next to him in the space elevator. "Mercs," Felix replied. "Oh." The long-faced man showed Felix a faint look of disgust before looking in another direction. From there on, he minded his own business, not bothering Felix one bit. It seems like he wants to be a soldier. Felix didn't find the man's treatment abnormal at all. He had already expected for it to happen, since the soldiers and mercs always had a bone to pick with each other. The soldiers believed that fighting the Void creatures' invasion was a patriotic act and shouldn't be done for the sake of money and rewards. After all, they had an entire galaxy behind their back to defend. Meanwhile, the mercs believed that getting paid handsomely to fight those abominations was a logical thing to do. The soldiers were also getting paid for their job, but it was a salary with commission. Meanwhile, mercenaries get paid for doing rewarding missions that were placed from the army itself, the guild, high-ranked squads, and other interested parties and void creatures. Felix had no intentions to get himself involved in this dog fight. The moment he passes the trial, he would be on his way to infested planets with void creatures. In a short while, the space elevator had reached the ground floor of the station. Felix disembarked from the elevator and walked through the crowded area, following an arrow that was pointing him towards the nearest exit. After he reached it, he showed the guards his approved fake ID again and was excused with a head nod. The moment Felix exited the station, he was met with the gloomiest city he had ever seen in his life. City of Craghorn, I am here. Felix smiled as he stared at the faraway city that was built amidst the frozen lands of a bitter expanse and was truly a historic display of wonder. Its charm was matched by the never-ending fall of snow. This snow had clearly influenced the architectural designs of the vast majority of buildings. They were all built with pointy tips and sealed-off roofs to allow the snow to fall down. There were many drones clearing the roofs and streets occasionally to avoid the snow building up too much. The buildings were mostly built with metal and had fewer windows, making them resemble fortresses instead of skyscrapers. Their grey color just added to the somberness of the atmosphere. I dig it here. Felix smiled pleasantly as he covered his head with a fluffy cotton hoodie and walked towards the main street to get a cab. After reaching it, he walked for a minute or so before finding a taxi station. Felix picked an empty cab and told the driver to take him to the best hotel in the city. First time here? The driver inquired as he peeked at Felix with the back mirror. Yes. Felix replied. For an extra charge, I can give you a legit list of the do's and don't in this shithole. The driver offered with a sincere tone. How much? 100 KSC. I will take it with 5k. Are you insulting me with such an offer? The driver's eyes were set in flame for a second, showing off to Felix that he was a flame bloodliner. 3 KSC or I will break your legs and take it forcefully. Felix smiled sincerely as he applied some of his spiritual pressure on the driver. His spiritual pressure was a joke compared to the tenants in his mind, but in front of this poor bloodliner, it was more than enough to stiffen him in his seat and look at Felix in absolute terror. The spiritual pressure was so effective against him, he couldn't even open his mouth and beg for forgiveness after realizing that he messed with the wrong passenger today. Felix didn't want to bully him too much as he released his pressure after seeing that the driver had understood his position. Email it to me. Felix said calmly as he forwarded his fake UVR ID to the driver. Right away, sir. The driver didn't dare to play games anymore with Felix as he sent the list immediately. Upon receiving it, Felix glanced at it for a second before wiring the payment to the driver. Then, he engrossed himself in reading the do's and don't, not bothering with the driver who was sweating buckets from his forehead. Shit, I almost got myself killed because of this stupid gang. The driver wasn't really a good guy trying to make a living by driving this shitty cab. In fact, he was part of one of the small gangs in Craghorn. They mostly prey on new arrivals by checking first if they were rich or not. The way they do so was by asking them to buy the list for a massive amount of money. If they agreed in a heartbeat, the driver take them to an empty alley and stop the hovercar. Then, he would act like it broke down and exit to check the engine. The moment he did so, he gets jumped up by his gang members and beaten up to avoid suspicion while the passenger receives a totally different treatment. Since the gang members always moved in a pack and they were strong on their own rights, the passengers usually concede to their conditions to avoid getting killed. That's because unlawful killing in the city was totally allowed as long as it didn't happen in public space. This sort of freedom was the reason why Felix wasn't requested to sign a contract before stepping foot on the planet. A contract that should forbid such criminal activities. One would think that the capital city of the empire with the strongest army in the universe would have the strictest order and safest environment. Alas, that wasn't the case at all. Craghorn City was filled with tens of gangs made out of retired mercenaries, criminals who joined the mercenary guild but quit after finishing their sentence, and failed recruits. Although the army could clear them out in a single week if they desired, they still left the gangs to keep doing their petty business in the capital city. Before stepping foot in the city, Felix had done his due diligence and found out everything to know about this dreadful city. This was the reason he knew that the driver meant bad business the moment he proposed that price. As for the reason why the army left the city to be a den of criminals, no one really knows but the great commander who gave off the order. Though, Felix had read a few smart guesses in the network. His favorite was that the criminals were there to filter the good apples from the bad ones. If one was stupid enough to get robbed or killed on his way to register in either the army or the mercs, they wanted nothing from him. Only those who were smart, strong, cunning, observative, and battle-honed were required to fight against those abominations. The rest would be merely wasting their resources and time to train. "We are here, sir." The driver notified Felix with his face looking in front, not daring to stare at him. "Thanks for the list." Crack. Felix patted the driver's shoulder lightly and exited the cab. Not caring about the stiffened cries of the driver, Felix took big strides towards the hotel's front gate. It was guarded with 2 soldiers wearing white winter coats and holding long silver energy rifles. When it came to security within buildings, no one had to worry about a thing. Just because the army allowed rats in their city, it didn't mean that they were welcomed into their houses. So, this is the best hotel in the city. Felix stared at the grey walls and basic furniture with a speechless look, feeling like he was cheated by the cab driver. However, after going forward and asking the lady at the front desk, he realized that this was indeed the best hotel. "1 suite please," Felix requested while registering his ID into the guests list. "Alone?" The receptionist smiled charmingly as she asked. "Yes. Here's your key." The receptionist handed him a card and added playfully, "If you want some company, dial the number in the back." "Will do." Felix replied casually and walked towards the elevator. "Like hell you will." Asna squinted her eyes threateningly while doing her nails. "You can have a say in it if you were my girlfriend," Felix teased. "You?" Asna was left tongue-tied yet again. Felix smirked faintly and entered the elevator. As for the number on his card, he wasn't planning on calling it since he knew that it wasn't for the receptionist but a prostitute business that could hook him up. The receptionist was paid by the business to make such offers to single clients. It was a common practice that he had experienced a few times in his previous life. Naturally, the act itself would be done in the UVR unless the client paid extra for the real experience. After Felix reached the top floor of the hotel, he checked in the suite. He wasn't surprised one bit when he saw that the room was just as sunless as the city. In his eyes, the suite was just a bigger version of a motel room. Though Felix liked it since the hygiene was top-notch and that it was a soundproof suite. Those were the only 2 requirements he cared about. After he got comfortable on the bed, Felix brought out the holographic list again. This time, he started reading it carefully. The list was split into the people he shouldn't cross and the things he needed to take advantage of if the opportunity presented itself. As I have read in the network, the current big dogs in the city are the 5 major squads owned by the Void Guild Assembly members. Felix had already etched in his mind the names of those squads and their logos, so if he ever met with a member, he would make sure to avoid bashing his teeth in. Those 5 mercenary squads were the Ring of Phantoms, Unsung Heroes, Exalted Fangs, Blind Scarves, and last but not least, Void Harvesters. Those were the only squads that were led by SS-ranked mercenaries with the highest authority in the branch. Felix wanted dearly to avoid getting himself entangled in their matters and waste his precious time. As he read further down, he started to see some new intel that he didn't find in the network. Loyal patrons, AB ranked squad, notorious in the city for paying gangs to harass lone new mercenaries just to show up and save them. Felix snickered, they are really trying everything to get good mercs to join their squads. Such a shameless technique would actually work on some new recruits if they didn't know about the scheme beforehand. Even Felix was ignorant about the matter just a few seconds ago. When the lone recruit signed a contract with the squad, only then would he realize that he was duped. Scammed in a sense that he had joined a shitty-ass squad with a shitty-ass clearance rate of missions. Alas, most squad contracts forbid the members from ditching the squad before finishing a number of missions with the squad. This city really doesn't have much respect for mercenaries. Felix scratched his chin as he closed off the list. He could understand the soldiers not moving against the gangs to protect the new arrivals. But to allow direct harassment of real mercenaries doing their job? That's a bit too much discrimination in his mind. If a soldier was treated in the same manner, those gangs members would have their spines removed from their back almost immediately. Whatever, I'm strong enough to ignore this shit anyway. Felix closed his eyes and went to sleep. Tomorrow was a big day as he would head to the Void Guild to apply. The next morning at 7 a.m. Felix could be seen eating breakfast on a common-looking wooden table in the living room. After he was done, he beamed a black chest and asked, "Are you ready?" "Go for it." Asna replied as she yawned. Eee. When Nemo saw the black chest, his eyes brightened up in delight. In the past month or so, he was being fed void energy by Felix and Asna on daily basis from those chests. By now, more than 30 chests had been consumed by him, and still, the egg refused to hatch already. Whoosh! The moment Felix opened the chest, he placed his palm inside and started absorbing the purplish void energy automatically without worrying about getting harmed by it. He had already reached 19% in his integration, allowing him to unlock 2 passives. One was void immunity while the other was called dimensional senses. Void immunity was self-explanatory. As for dimensional senses, it was a passive that allowed Felix's senses to cross dimensions. In other words, Felix could hear, feel, speak to the other side without even being in it. This was a different version than the passive described by Lady Sphinx. But Felix wasn't complaining, since it was much better than merely sensing fluctuation in the other dimension. In a few seconds, the chest was emptied out by Asna. Felix closed it and beamed it back in his spatial card. Then, he wore his winter clothes and exited his room. Meanwhile, Asna was purifying the energy while at the same time feeding it to Nemo. Kiki! The little greedy raccoon kept rolling on the ground in pure euphoria. It was a very long time since he ate purified void energy that exists only in the core of the void realm. Asna kept feeding him continuously until he finally stopped rolling and started showing weary signs. Asna cut off the stream after seeing his cute eyes were closed shut. Just like Felix, he also had a limitation of daily intake, since Asna was shoving purified energy down his throat instead of letting the egg bathe in it. "Is it done?" Felix inquired while calling for a cab in the cold street. "Yep, he is sleeping just like a baby," Asna answered. "How much did he absorb this time?" 2% more than yesterday. "Sigh, by the time we finish all the chests, the void energy I gather will have the same quantity as a bag of peanuts in his eyes." Felix's eyelids twitched at Nemo's increasing appetite. Felix knew that it would be difficult to match the energy quantity sent by Lord Cows if he hunted only low-born void creatures. To make a difference, he needed to hunt down elite void creatures. Alas, even if he wanted to do so, he really couldn't due to the mercenary rules. Those below A rank could not head to planets infested with elite void creatures for their own safety. So, Felix really needed to ace the trials and get that B rank. 10 minutes later, the cab dropped Felix in front of a metallic skyscraper that was no different than the ones surrounding it, tall, grey, lack of windows, and a snowy roof. The only difference would be the massive neon sign above the front entrance that says, "The Void Mercenary Guild." Below it was another smaller sign that says "Main Human Race Branch." The main entrance was wide open and unguarded like a pub. When Felix looked inside, he realized that the ground floor was indeed a pub with tens of tables spread out randomly. Unlike the gloomy cold atmosphere outside, the pub was lively and warm. Bloodliners from all over the galaxy gathered here, giving a truly diverse, unique experience to anyone stepping foot in the pub. Felix looked at the many mercenaries with different logos on their chest enjoying the company of each other. This let him realize that most mercenaries shared an amicable friendship. It was to be expected since the moment one becomes a mercenary, he would have to sign a contract that forbade him from acting against another mercenary without a justifiable reason. The Void Guild wasn't stupid enough to allow mercenaries to attack each other wantonly. It was already hard to deal with void creatures and no one wanted to worry about getting stabbed in the back by another mercenary. "You are blocking the way, newbie." Suddenly, Felix heard a gruff voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw a giant white-bearded man wearing thick black leather clothes, making him resemble a grizzly bear. "Sorry about that." Felix smiled at the man politely as stepped inside the noisy pub. The bearded man stopped bothering Felix and went to stand before a big holographic board that was showing hundreds of papers on it. This was a live mission board that gets updated every second, making it almost difficult for normal people to find what they need. The papers keep disappearing and in their places reappear other ones. That's because this mission board was connected with the bracelet of every mercenary belonging to this branch. This allowed them to accept, reject, and complete missions without needing to return to the guild. "Wish us luck, boys. The Boomers squad are taking an A-ranked mission today." A blond man shouted loudly as he stood above a table while holding a jar of wine. Felix turned around and saw that the mercenaries sitting with him at the same table were trying to drag his drunken ass down. "Haha! We believe in you, Boomers. Make sure to come back in one piece. Cheers!" The other mercenaries lifted their cups in the air, wishing all the best to the squad on their endeavor. Felix stopped looking around and went straight to the bar. "Excuse me, where can I apply for the trials?" Felix asked one of the three bartenders, who was clearing a glass cup. "The door to your left." The bartender answered without lifting his head. "Thanks." Felix walked through the crowded area near the bar and reached the mentioned door. When Felix saw a guard standing in front of it, he informed him, "I am here to participate in the recruitment trials." The guard sized up Felix for a few seconds before unlocking the door for him. Felix looked inside and saw that the door led to a big hall that was already packed with tens of bloodliners. So, he stepped inside without saying anything as well. As he got nearer to the hall, the murmurs of the bloodliners got louder in his ears, helping him pick up what they say quite easily. "Does anyone knows when is the trial going to begin? I have been waiting for 3 hours now. The trial starts only after 100 new recruiters have been gathered. We are still missing 10 or so. What a shitty rule." Felix lowered his head under the hoodie and walked towards one of the empty seats at the corner. He already knew that such a rule exists since the trials were always held in a single group instead of one by one. Luckily, he arrived at a good time as only a few more recruits were missing. Since it was possible to repeat the trial after a month or so, there were many recruits still hanging around in the city, not planning to leave until they pass them. "Oh? Is that Wolverine? The youngest son of the Fang? It's really him. It must be nice to be a main descendant of an origin bloodliner and one of the assembly members." Felix was forced to check on the situation after noticing that a hubbub was rising behind him. He spotted a young fine black man with a long braided hairstyle and burning vermilion eyes. He had sharp fangs protruding from his lower lips and dense hairy shoulders. He was wearing long blue jeans and a white tank, appearing like the cold had nothing against him. He was smoking a thick brown cigar as he took big strides towards the front of the hall with his hands in his pockets. The recruits opened up the way without needing him to tell them anything. For a new recruit like them, it would be better to lay low in the first couple of years until they get some authority and network within the guild. It was extremely easy to get them kicked out of the guild if they crossed the wrong person. "Do you think his father will be watching?" "Probably. Then, I better bring my A game in the trials." Most of the recruits started feeling hyped up for the trials after realizing that one of the big 5 dogs might be watching them. It was the dream of every mercenary to join the best 5 squads since all their members were elites and veterans when it came to dealing with void creatures. The clearance rate of their missions was exceedingly higher than other mercenary squads. The best part, rarely someone gets killed during their hunting missions. For those new recruits, that sense of safety was too hard to pass by. His strength is closer to an Origin Realm bloodliner but not there yet. His bloodline purity must be extremely high. Felix lowered his head after sensing the strength of Wolverine. After his latest bloodline enhancement, he was capable of doing as much easily. Though, he still couldn't sense the strength of Origin Realm bloodliners since their senses were more enhanced than his own. Based on his nonchalant expression and careless swagger, he must be like any other proud descendants of Origin bloodliners. Felix clicked his tongue, let's hope he stay as far as possible from me. Felix really didn't want to slap him to death if Wolverine decided to harass him. He lacked such patience when dealing with weaklings. After waiting for another hour, the 100th recruit had stepped inside the hall. Before he could even take a seat, the hall's gate was closed shut behind him. Then, a new door had been opened up in front of everyone that led to another dark hall. At last, Wolverine yawned lazily while standing up. He flicked the butt of his half-done cigar away and walked towards the other hall. The new recruits glanced at each other for a second before following him one by one. Felix joined the crowd and stepped inside the dark hall. With his night vision, he could see that the hall was filled with many VR pods placed next to each other neatly. After everyone stepped inside, the door closed behind them, and then the lights were turned on. As expected, the trials will be held in the UVR. Sweet. No wonder no one dies in them. The recruits were delighted by the choice of the guild. When they decided to participate in the trials, they had no idea how it was going to be at all. That's because all recruits were required to sign an NDA agreement with the guild to keep the trials tests to themselves after leaving. Welcome to the guild Fresh Blood. Out of nowhere, a realistic giant holographic head had emerged above everyone. It belonged to a clean-cut middle-aged man. He had a small black mustache and thick eyebrows that were connected. Anyone who focused on his apple-green eyes would see nothing but depressive burnout, making them understand that he had been through a lot of shit. So, they kept their chatter to themselves, not wanting to piss him off. Please enter the VR pods and meet me there. I don't have much time to waste. Upon hearing so, Felix and the others all picked the closest VR pod to them and stepped inside. Then, they requested to log in. Sir Felix, the VR pod had been set with another destination. The Queen warned Felix. Usually, if Felix logged in, he would return to the same spot he logged out. However, those VR pods were going to log them all to predestination. No problem. Upon receiving his confirmation, Queen AI logged Felix inside the UVR. A second later, Felix opened his eyes and found himself standing with other recruits in a wide-open black field. There was not a hint of life form around them. Felix looked above him and noticed that the sky was dim and unwelcoming. What's worse, Felix realized that the oxygen level was extremely low and that the gravity was 1/5 as powerful as Earth. It was almost as powerful as the Moon's gravity. A planet infested with void creatures. Felix frowned his eyebrows at the realization of the place he was at. He had seen videos and images of planets affected by void creatures. All of them without exceptions appeared to be devoid of life. That's because the void creatures absorb all elements and laws around them, literally. Air, gravity, earth, plant, water, moisture, heat, and everything that makes a planet look warm and habitable. If Felix had to guess, this planet was at its last stretch since air and gravity were the last elements absorbed by the void creatures. Some of you might already have guessed our location. The same middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone and sighed, this is a real simulation of planet Devora that was lost to the void abominations last decade. Some of the recruits' expressions turned hateful and nasty at the sound of that. When it came to a common enemy that everyone in the universe hates, void creatures were number one. I love the reactions, but let's see if you will keep them when you see this. The middle-aged man chuckled bitterly as he snapped his finger. The moment he did so, the sky got dimmer and dimmer until the recruits could barely see each other. They all lifted their heads and were spooked at the harrowing sight before them. A massive dark purplish cloud was falling towards them like a meteor. Those with better visions couldn't help but take a step back fearfully as they stared at the thousands of void creatures merged together like a big jelly slop. Because they were in the UVR, no one was spooked enough to run away like a coward. However, they were still terrified by the mere implication that this could happen in real life. Just as the army of void creatures reached 100 meters above them, the middle-aged man froze their descent. This cast a massive shadow above them. Still, everyone's hearts were beating out of their chests at the nightmarish image of those void creatures. Some of them had multiple heads, some had only a big mouth in their neck, and some appeared to have limbs protruding from the sides of their heads. Due to their massive numbers, they couldn't get any creepier. We call this void meteor or a minor void cell. The middle-aged man enlightened the recruits. It's when the fleets in space had failed to exterminate a major void cell in space in one go. The minor cells that had survived, they enter the planet's atmosphere. Our job as mercs is to clear them out from the planet before they start doing serious damage to it. Most recruits knew about this since it was only common sense to do extensive research like Felix before attempting to hunt those abominations. Still, researching was one thing, and seeing it with their own eyes was another. No one asked why the fleets in space couldn't just send spaceships below to take care of those escapees' cells. Because they knew that the moment the cell touched the ground, they penetrate through its crust and move underground by absorbing anything that intercept their path. Because they merged like a giant big slop, their speed while doing so was extremely efficient than a single void creature doing it on his own. After the escapees' cell dived deep enough and outside the radars of spaceships, they split into hundreds of smaller parts. Then, those parts spread into different directions and emerge in hundreds of locations on the planet. After they reach the surface, the void creatures split from each other until the cell ceases to exist. Then, they began their job of hunting down any life form in their path. Animals, beasts, trees, grass, it didn't matter to them. Since thousands of them were split apart in hundreds of locations, it was impossible for the army to use spaceships to clear them out since they needed every resource to fight the bigger cells in space. Hence, only brave foot soldiers and mercs were left to clear them out. Because multiple void meteors fall into the planet once in a while, the soldiers and mercs needed to be hasty in their hunt lest the planet gets infested with too many void creatures to handle even for them. Since you seem to be well informed on what you are signing in for, I will spare you the details. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and finally introduced himself. I am Willis Mason, but you can refer to me as Big Willie. Big Willie. Shouldn't he be ashamed of such a nickname? Felix's eyelids twitched at the nickname, feeling that it was a bit improper. But he kept those thoughts to himself and listened to the rest of his introductio. I have been serving as a merc for more than 200 years now. I have already achieved an S-rank status and still fighting those abominations as we speak. Big Willie squinted his eyes dangerously at them and said, real fighters that make a difference are always needed in battle. Even the 5 SS-ranked leaders are spread on different planets and commanding their squads on the front lines. For real. This threw many recruits off as they believed that the assembly leaders were managing matters related to the guild instead of fighting on front lines. It was only common sense to have such an assumption since anyone who reached such a high position would want to rest and enjoy the rewards of his hard work. To become a SS-ranked merc, one required to hunt so many void creatures you can't even wrap your head around the number. Big Willie snickered. Do you think anyone with such grit and hate towards the void creatures will stop just after reaching some fancy rank? No. The authority they earned is merely a bonus. Their first goal is always to get rid of this plague that keeps infecting our galaxy at a rapid pace. Even Demon Blade Wilson, one of the most known criminals in the past half-millennial and the leader to Void Harvesters, is still accepting missions non-stop. Why do they do it? Is it due to hate, money, fame, and for an unknown reason? Big Willis barked at them. No one cares as long as their actions result in the death of those abominations. Big Willis eyed each one of those 100 recruits, making them flinch due to his scary glare. Then, he said with a suppressed tone, "This applies to you as well. I don't give a shit about your past or cause for joining the mercs as long as you clear missions consistently. Am I clear?" "Yes." Upon seeing that everyone had received his message loud and clear, Big Willie clapped his hands and the void creatures above them were unfrozen again. "Nu. Why? Sun barrier. Metal skin." The recruits were all scared out of their wits as they watched the void creatures fall on them like doomsday. Some had allowed their emotions to control them, making them show an unsightly scene to Big Willie, while some had toughened themselves up and used whatever defensive abilities they owned. They knew it was useless, but they would rather try than cover their eyes and scream like the others. Meanwhile, Felix had summoned a shield of lightning around him, making sure to act just like the others. After all, he owned void immunity, making it impossible for those void creatures to harm him with their energy. He was literally an immortal being when faced against void creatures as long as they use void energy to attack him. F***ck, will they really kill us with void creatures as a test? Felix was more worried about this. How was he supposed to get deleted by the void creatures like the others when his void immunity was always active? Instead, he would get turned into a paste by the mere force of such a gigantic void cell. He might be immune to void energy, but that would merely make it impossible for the void creatures to go through him, which would result in a really nasty collision. So, Felix braced himself for a gruesome death, unlike the other recruits who would die painlessly due to being deconstructed almost instantly. However, no such thing had happened, as the moment the void creatures touched Felix, they went through him like they were ghosts. RTS. What's going on? It didn't happen to just him but everyone else on the field. In a few seconds, the last void creature had disappeared into the ground as well. It seemed like some recruits knew what's going to happen, as they didn't seem surprised by the sudden turn of events. Those were most likely the trial repeaters. The void cell is going to split into hundreds of smaller packs made out of at least 5 void creatures. Don't worry, they will remain in a 1,000 kilometers radius around us. Disappointed in some of the recruits' B*TCHY performance, Big Willie shook his head while summoning hundreds of silver hand cannons behind him. The trial's duration will be 15 days. Each one of you will be given 3 compressors cannons only. So use them wisely to hunt as many as possible. Big Willis waved his hand and those silver compressors cannons were all placed below their feet. Felix beamed them in his spatial card swiftly, just like the others. If you don't know how to use them, I can show you a quick demonstration now. Big Willis offered. No one lifted his hand to accept it, since they all knew how it works pretty well. They practiced with it in the UVR before applying it in the trials to enhance their chances of passing them. They didn't know if they would use them, but it was only common sense to believe so. Good. As you all know, the highest rank obtained in the trials is B. Big Willie glanced at Wolverine and said, however, the assembly has come to a unanimous decision to increase it to A rank. You kidding me? Is my information outdated, or are we just hearing about this? Meh, I doubt anyone here can score AD even if they tried their best. I just don't want to fail again, this is my last attempt. Everyone reacted differently to the sudden news. Some seemed pretty confused by the adjustment, while some were pretty disinterested in it. After all, the ranking system starts from F and ends at SS. Most of them lacked the confidence to get an E rank and pass the trials. Don't even mention hitting the A rank. F***ing sweet. Meanwhile, Felix had a different reaction than the others, as he was beaming in delight at such a piece of God-sent news. He easily concluded that the change must be due to Wolverine, the son of the Void Harvester's leader. His father must have convinced the other assembly members to do this favor for him. Most likely because he was confident in his son's ability to hit the rank. Still, the main reason must be because Wolverine wouldn't be able to hunt with his father right off the bat due to his rank B. He would need to grind missions to hit rank A, and only then could he join him in the front lines. This Wolverine guy doesn't seem too bad after all. Felix didn't give a crap about their reason as he was happy that he was here to benefit from their abuse of authority. As you guys know, to get promoted to A rank, you need to hunt 100 lowborn void creatures and 10 elites. Big Willie mentioned, however, since you guys are given only 15 days and 3 compressors, this requirement will be halved. No one seemed to be surprised by this since they knew that normal requirements for rank promotion outside didn't apply in the trial due to the limitations imposed. This applied to all ranks. Just like there was a promotion, there was also a demotion. To pass the trials one needed to hunt enough void creatures to secure an E rank. If he succeeded and got his mercenary ID but failed to finish his accepted missions in time, he would get demoted continuously until he reached the infamous F rank. It was extremely easy to get demoted to F rank since the void creatures outside didn't behave the same as in the trials. Plus, by being in a squad and just starting out, the emotional and mental elements mess with the performance of almost every newbie. If their mistakes didn't cost them their lives, it would most definitely cost them their mission. Since no one seems to be complaining, sign this contract and get going already. Big Willie forwarded a contract to all of them, then broke into light particles, leaving them to their own devices. Finally, it's time to hunt. Wolverine cracked his shoulders nonchalantly and jumped on all four. Then, he morphed into a semi-dark wolf with a moon tattoo on his forehead and sprinted like the wind up north. The instant Felix saw this, he turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction without using supersonic mode. He allowed Wolverine to pick his destination first so he wouldn't end up meeting him in the trials. Since the gravity wasn't that powerful, Felix struggled a bit at the start to adjust his sprinting force. Instead of sprinting on the ground, he was leaping tens of meters in the air with each step. Felix disliked not having control of his movement. So, he made sure to lower his force bit by bit until he finally managed to avoid getting launched into the air. The hell? I can understand Wolverine deciding to go solo, but what about him? Tisk, he will run back begging for a squad after he faces a single pack. His actions had startled the recruits as they didn't expect that Felix would choose to play solo as well. Being solo sure had its own advantages of always having the last strike against the void creatures. But, it wasn't really worth it due to the many risks involved. In their eyes, it was the dumbest thing to do because void creatures could creep up during one's sleep from anywhere due to their formless nature and range of sizes. Who could defend themselves against a tiny worm-like void creature at night without having patrols keeping a lookout? Even an S-ranked mercenary preferred moving in a group. Idiot, he would die in the first week. Who wants to party with me? I am a peak 5th stage fire bloodliner. I am interested. The recruits ignored Felix and focused on creating their own squads as fast as possible. 15 days was nothing when they were given a 1 km radius to search for void creatures. So, the moment a squad made out of 5 get created, they move out almost immediately. No one wanted to get more into one squad because there was no rule stopping them from betraying each other. Because only the killing blow against the void creature count, there was bound to be some heat rising within squads as days went by. Meanwhile, Felix was reading the contract carefully while continuing to sprint at a manageable pace. So, allies allowed, killing allowed, only 3 compressors are allowed, repairing them is allowed as well, and we can use all of our stock of energy stones. Felix summed up the highlighted terms of the contract and signed at once after finding no issues with it. Naturally, it was also an NDA contract that forbade him from exposing anything he experienced in the trial to anyone. If I want to ace the trials, I need to keep moving and avoid taking more breaks than necessary. Felix understood that hunting 50 lowborn void creatures and 5 elite void creatures would be quite tough in such a short period of time. He needed to be always on the move so he could end up meeting as many packs as possible. Though, he wasn't that hopeless to rely on luck. Good thing I have my void eye. Felix smirked faintly and lowered the bandana to cover both of his eyes and expose the void eye. He didn't care if anyone saw it since no one would assume that it belonged to a primogenitor right off the bat. Felix continued sprinting while looking around him carefully. He focused mostly underneath since void creatures should still be traveling underground. After 10 minutes of swapping between visions, Felix finally managed to locate a pack of void creatures traveling 2 kilometers below his feet. They were all outlined in purple, making them stand out like a sore thumb in the void realm. He counted at least 10 of them. Let the hunt begins. Felix licked his lips and increased his speed. He knew that he should be chased by a few squads since they would want to avoid meeting with Wolverine as well to avoid fallout with him. This would limit the directions chosen in the vast empty expanse. Since killing was allowed, they really should have followed after Wolverine instead of Felix. In this trial, the void creatures weren't the apex predator, it was him. On a humongous scarlet planet that resembled a burning star from afar, hundreds of fleets were docked in space stations around the planet. Only a few of them were on standby as they kept orbiting the planet. Meanwhile, inside a base that was stationed deep underground to avoid the burning heat, an aged black man with a grey beard and a bald wrinkly scalp was sitting in front of a holographic screen. Though he looked old, his body was as firm as a boulder. What was unique about him was his fangs, sharp claws, 3 milky white tails, and lastly a lunar tattoo on his forehead. Just like commoners, he wasn't releasing any kind of pressure at all. He could totally be ignored by any bloodliners passing by him as they would mistake him for being a commoner. He was watching the screen that was displaying Wolverine up close. They almost resembled each other if it wasn't for Wolverine being in a semi-transformation. I have taught you everything. Don't embarrass me, son. I have taught you everything. Don't embarrass me, son. The Fang wished as he observed his youngest son Wolverine taking big strides on all four while scanning the ground with shining white eyes. Then, he turned around and was faced with 6 individuals wearing light clothes while staring at him silently. They all had the same lunar tattoo on their foreheads and shared the same characteristic as the Fang. It was only natural as they were all his children. It was common knowledge that the top 5 squads were ruled by families of the 5 leaders instead of random bloodliners. That's because direct descendants of origin bloodliners were stronger than peak 6th stage bloodliners no matter what bloodline that had been used in their journey. If they were given a standing, they would be between origin realm and the 6th stage of replacement. Naturally, only those with high bloodline purity would possess such kind of strength. The ones with an extremely low purity would be left with only 2 choices. Either remain as descendants or embrace the bloodline integration system like other humans. Update. The Fang asked composedly. The megacell is still approaching at its normal pace. Based on the Queen's calculation, it would reach the planet in 16 days or so. A sculpted middle-aged man disclosed with a stern tone. I see, little Fei, start posting missions on the board to recruit other squads. The planet is just too big to be covered entirely by the fleets. The Fang ordered as he looked at an alluring mature woman with red lipsticks and furry white ears on top of her head. On it, father. Fei nodded her head and began crafting missions. Since the Exalted Fang's squad was the one posting the missions, it only meant that the rewards would come from their own pockets. Yet, no one seemed to question their father's decision. Make sure to add a final reward to the biggest contributor in this invasion so everyone would feel fairly motivated to go high and above for us. Understood. We need all the help possible to defend this planet. The Fang stressed, if we failed here as well, the void creatures would keep getting more free ground inside the Empire. You guys know that the territory behind us belongs mostly to our family. The Fang squinted his eyes dangerously, so, make sure to hire only the best of the best. Yes, father. The Fang looked at a dashing young man and ordered, Roman, I want you to deal with General Aztec. Do whatever it takes to get us a few more fleets. On it. Upon hearing so, the Fang turned around and returned to watching Wolverine. When he saw that his son was getting closer to a pack of void creatures, he waved his hand at his children, you are all excused. Long live the Fang! They all shouted in harmony and exited the meeting room one by one. The moment the door closed shut behind them, the Fang turned on the volume of the stream. No one was doing a commentary, but chat rooms were open for all mercenaries to spectate the trials. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to pick some new good apples in their squads. The Fang joined a video group room that was designated for only the assembly members and saw that 3 of them were already in a heated discussion about a recruit that wasn't his son. "What are you guys talking about?" the Fang asked in intrigue. "Fang, check out recruit number 90. He just obliterated 2 packs in 1 hour by himself," Winfried Proofer disclosed with brightened eyes. For an old monster, he appeared like a youthful kid with his flamboyant red mohawk hairstyle and piercings all over his face. This was the leader of the squad, Unsung Heroes. An origin bloodliner that was known for his easygoing and bubbly personality in public, but against void creatures? He was the devil's incarnation. His most famous achievement was saving an entire army base from 10 packs of void creatures all by himself. He did it alone. "The trial has just started," the Fang exclaimed. He would have believed it if it was a party that achieved so. But alone? He was really skeptical. After all, packs were made out of 1 elite and 9 lowborn void creatures. One single touch by them and any recruit would be required to handicap himself. If one was alone, this meant he would be forced to run away. Most importantly, the only way to kill void creatures was by overwhelming them with explosive elemental attacks. The Fang knew that elite void creatures always had the size of a building if not bigger. It was almost impossible for a single new recruit to blow them up by a single explosive attack even if he used the compressor cannon. Only main descendants and origin realm bloodliners had such powers and elemental capacity to achieve so. That's why he wasn't worried about his son being alone against void creatures' packs. "It's real, check the replays." A middle-aged woman with glossy wavy ash-gray hair and a flame tattoo on her cheeks expressed composedly. "If you say so." The Fang knew that Hamera wasn't known for a sense of humor or bullshit like Winfried. So, he reeled in his skepticism and requested the Queen to show him the previous recordings of Recruit N90 at the side. Look and behold, Felix's face was plastered on the screen as he stood motionlessly with his hands in his pocket. He was looking below him while having the bandana covering his truth eyes. The Fang stared at Felix's void eye for a split second and felt chills creeping up on his spine. He didn't know why his own survival instincts reacted to the void eye and he wasn't given time to think too much about it. Whoosh! Felix used half of his strength to propel himself into the sky while beaming the 3 compressors all at once. He kept them floating above his head by using electromagnetism strings attached to his fingers. The moment Felix reached his peak velocity, he manifested 3 condensed golden pointy pillars and shoved them inside the 3 compressors. The compressors did their magic and squeezed the abilities as much as they could within them. Peep peep peep. The instant the alarm of the compressors went off, he aimed at the ground and fired them all together while falling down. Boom boom boom. He timed his attack so well, the moment the whale-sized elite void creatures emerged from the ground, it was faced with 3 gigantic golden compressed laser beams. Still, the elite void creature wasn't an easy foe to take down as it tried to swallow the lightning energy of the 3 pillars. Shockingly, the 3 pillars were actually started to get slightly dimmer. The worst part, the other lowborn void creatures began to merge with the elite void creature to strengthen its absorption process. They did so automatically like they were programmed to protect the elite void creature at all cost. "It's not enough, pow." Before the Fang could finish his sentence, Felix snapped his finger casually the moment he saw that the merge had finished. His finger snap had blown the Fang's mind as he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The 3 golden pillars exploded all at the same time, bursting the elite void creature's mouth into purplish wisps just like the rest of its body. Since the other 9 lowborn void creatures had been merged with it, they ended up suffering the same outcome. An absolute obliteration. Thud. After being slowed by the explosion of the shockwave, Felix landed at the bottom of the pit quite smoothly. Then, he lifted his bandana and jumped outside of the massive pit that was left behind by the explosion. He was lucky not to end up falling into the tunnel left behind by the Void Pack. Without bothering to check if any Void creature survived, he sprinted through the smoke, continuing on his hunting mission. Marvelous! The Fang was still speechless by the entire sequence of Felix's battle, not daring to believe that a newbie managed to take down an entire pack with a single attack. Only now did he realize that Winfried wasn't exaggerating one bit when he said that Felix had obliterated the Void creatures. When the Fang glanced at his son's stream, Felix's method of killing the Void creatures had been emphasized to be the best even more. Wolverine could be seen doing all right against the pack of Void creatures as he was doing exactly what his father taught him. Use his bloodline abilities to their full potential by getting rid of the lowborn Void creatures first, then focusing on the elite one. If it wasn't for Felix's performance, the Fang would have already started low-key bragging to the other assembly members about his son. You done watching? He is lit, right? Winfried laughed excitedly as he expressed, I call dibs on this newbie in my squad. You old geezers better not fight it out with me. Dibs? We don't even know his identity. Tobias Riedel said as he showed them Felix's fake identity. He was the leader of Ring of Phantoms, the current strongest squad in the guild due to it having 2 origin bloodliners in its ranks. So, he was treated quite differently even within the guild's assembly. Toby is right. Hamaru knitted her thin eyebrows and said, his name is Lancelot Kelly and I have never heard of an origin bloodliner with that last name in the galaxy. So, he either is not a descendant of a known origin bloodliner or he is using a fake identity. The Fang and Tobias nodded their heads in agreement. They were not fools to blindly trust in Felix's fake identity since it was known knowledge that one could change it by using wishes from the SG platform. Since the last name was totally unheard of, it was to be expected that Felix would be examined thoroughly by those old monsters. You forgot another possibility. Winfried crossed his arms as he proclaimed, with his demonstrated strength and elemental capacity, he might be an origin bloodliner who broke through recently or simply an old bastard who refused to share his breakthrough with the public. The other 3 raised an eyebrow in surprise at his bold claim, but they didn't outright deny it. After all, it wasn't like every origin bloodliner in the galaxy desired publicity. There were many who hid in the shadows without anyone knowing about them. If it's like that, then he should really despise Void creatures to willingly come to this shithole. The Fang said as he rubbed his beard. The others supported his claim. Unlike Felix, they joined the guild thousands of years ago when they were young and merely at the 5th stage of replacement. Some of them did it for the money, some of them for the fame, some of them due to hate, and some to prepare for breaking through the origin realm. Whatever it was, they all suffered through hardships. Because of those constant death or life battles, they managed to hone their mental state enough to succeed in their breakthrough. Now, they were one of the strongest origin bloodliners in the universe, yet they were still stuck in this shithole of an empire. Why? Because their territories were attached to it. Territories that they had earned from their achievements in the war against the Void Realm. Those territories were extremely close to the majority of the Void portals in the Empire. So, it became their life duty to fight the Void creatures until death, even if their motivation had already been sapped dry. Either that or they give up on their territories and leave them at the mercy of the army. Based on their constant recent defeats against the Void invasions, they knew that their territories would be subjected to the Void creatures in a few centuries. None of them wanted to give up on those territories after everything they did for them to prosper. It was their legacy and inheritance. The previous great commander was cunning all right to use territory in his empire as a reward for great achievements. In this universe, no one would reject receiving a solar system or 2 even if they were inhabitable. Just the resources mined from those planets were enough to set anyone for life financially. For those greedy mercenaries, it was the greatest reward ever. Only after they get older and tired of their fights against the Void creatures would they realize that their territory was trapping them from leaving the Empire. Give it and leave or remain loyal to the cause forever and ever. Even after their death, their future generations would be forced to defend it as well. So, when Big Willie told the recruits that the assembly members were always fighting due to their hate was just a bunch of bullshit. At this moment, they simply had no choice anymore. Honestly, I don't care about his identity or reason to join the mercs with his strength. Winfried said, as long as he is targeting void creatures, then he would be a great addition to my squad. Your squad? Hamera snickered, I doubt he will even pay attention to it with your non-serious attitude towards the war. Your squad has the lowest clearance rate when compared to our squads. Winfried shrugged his shoulders and said, so what? At least, I am easygoing and will not throw my weight on him like you guys. When he sees that I am treating him like an equal instead of a subordinate, he will choose me in a heartbeat over you. Can I say? Stay out of it, Fang. Both Winfried and Hamera glared at him. You have your son waiting for recruitment, so focus on him. Well, that's not fair. I have every right to recruit Lancelot as well. As those three argued back and forth, Tobias merely kept watching Felix sprinting in a specific direction. There is another pack 1 kilometer away from him below the ground. Tobias titled his head in confusion, how is he going straight towards it? This is the third pack in less than 2 hours. He was more curious by Felix's luck in finding void packs. He understood that locating void packs usually required one to have visions related to either energy fluctuation or something like seismic sense. That's because everywhere void creatures go, they leave behind energy fluctuations due to their constant absorption of the elements. On the other hand, seismic sense allowed one to feel tremors happening deep within the ground. If used right, one could guess the void creature's spots by following the vibrations. After all, the void creatures could not travel below the ground without leaving tunnels behind them. It wasn't like they were ghosts that could go through physical objects. If bloodliners didn't have them, then they could only rely on devices used to sense energy fluctuation. Usually, they weren't that reliable and their sensory distance was quite short. So far, Tobias had noticed from Felix's replays that he actually spotted void creatures' locations kilometers away from his position. He never used a device to do so. It must be the eye in his forehead. He concluded with a curious look as he zoomed at Felix's exposed void eye. The first time he had seen it, he felt a sense of familiarity. But, he didn't recognize from where. Queen, please run a diagnosis on this eye and tell me which beast it belongs to. He requested Kami. The Queen AI did as she was told and cross-examined the eye with her data to see if she found a match. Examination complete. Queen disclosed, in terms of shape and appearance, there is more than 100 match. Then, she showed him a list with all the beasts that had the same eyes. They were from different tiers and rarities. After spending a few minutes glossing over the list, Tobias shook his head and closed the list. None of them have the eye in their forehead. Since Felix had the mutation in his forehead, it was expected the beast he inherited from would have it in the same place as well. Interesting, so, he is using a bloodline of an unknown beast. Tobias thought to himself, I should ask him about it when we meet. If the beast has such an amazing ability to locate void creatures, it would truly be a great asset to future soldiers and mercs. Fine. Just shut up already, we will do this the normal way. Hamera massaged her tired eyes as she said, we will send him an invitation for an interview just like we do with the others. No shady plays behind the shadows. Fang proclaimed, leave the decision to him without intervention. Agreed. Winfried gave them a thumbs up. How about you, Tobias? Hamera inquired. Hey? Oh, whatever you decide. Tobias waved his hand casually as he kept his eyes affixed to Felix. Good, we are missing only Wilson. Fang asked, where is he by the way? Why isn't he watching the trials? Who knows what goes into that lunatic's mind? Winfried shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, just forward our decision to him. He can't refuse anyway. Upon hearing so, the others could only drop the subject. They knew that nothing useful would come out from talking about that maniac. Boom boom. Boredom. Here he goes again. Winfried grinned as he watched Felix use the same strategy to take down another void pack. He didn't need to get creative or change it since void creatures weren't that intelligent. They target any life form nearby without caring about anything else. Clack. Tisk, what a sh*t quality. Felix clicked his tongue as he threw a busted compressor away. If the core crystal didn't blow up, he could have easily repaired the compressor by using his electromagnetism. Now, he was left with only 2 compressors cannons and he needed to avoid pushing them to their limit lest he gets left with no assistance. That's what the assembly members and the other viewers believed when they watched Felix beam the other 2 compressors in his bracelet. But in reality, they had no idea that Felix had yet to tap into Asna's emergency tank. He might not be able to use it in the games, but he could use it as he pleased in real life. 13 days later, Felix could be seen sitting above a rock in the middle of nowhere, munching on an apple while staring at a holographic screen. Good, I have slain 5 packs now. Felix took a large bite as he thought, I have reached the requirement to get an A rank in the guild. With his current strength, void eye, and a bit of luck, he managed to achieve so quite smoothly. Especially, when he didn't need to fear getting touched by the void energy anymore due to his immunity. Time to bounce. Felix decided as he flicked the remains of the apple away. He had no intentions of continuing his hunt when he had already reached his target. He didn't know what was going on outside, but he was fairly certain that he had raised a couple of exclamation marks. He was right about that part, all right, as the chat rooms of the stream were currently discussing him thoroughly. Where the hell did this freak come from? He makes the trials look easy as f***ck. Look at the others, more than 40 recruits had already died and the surviving ones are still missing a few kills to secure E rank. Mon, he probably will join one of the big 5 squads. I really wish to recruit a decent one for once. He might even start his own squad, who knows. The scouts for other major squads couldn't help but express their disappointment in the chat at Felix's recruitment. In their eyes, it was already set in stone that he would be either joining one of the big 5 squads or starting his own squad. Just like the assembly members, none of those mercenaries really gave a shit about Felix's identity. They were curious but not overly so. Since Felix had shown strength, energy capacity, and lastly more than 8 active unique lightning abilities, they were already assured of his identity as an Origin bloodliner. After all, most Origin bloodliners own at least 7 unique active abilities and 5 passives depending on what ability they etched in their 1% human bloodline. Some Origin bloodliners would rather etch only active abilities, making them own 9 unique active abilities and 3 passives in the Origin realm. It all depended on the preference of the bloodliner and his fighting style. Queen, I want to leave. Felix requested. Are you certain? The moment you leave, your result will be finalized. Queen AI stressed. Yes. Felix confirmed. It was written within the contract terms that the recruit had the freedom to give up any time they want. Though, the end results would be marked and unchangeable. If someone had hunted enough void creatures to pass the trials but didn't finalize his results, they would be deemed as wasted. Most ambitious new recruits use this system to their advantage if they didn't get a result that pleased them. Instead of settling in with a lower rank, they would rather waste their current results and try again after a month, hoping to score better. Felix was planning on doing so if he didn't manage to ace the trials. SHSSHSH. Smoke exited the VR pod as Felix pushed the glass door wide open. He stretched his limbs lazily while glancing at the other VR pods. I guess it was hard for some. Felix murmured after spotting that many VR pods were emptied out. Not bothering himself with the results of others, Felix walked towards the exit of the hall. It automatically opened up, allowing him to head back to the pub. However, the moment he returned to the main hall of the pub, he was a little spooked by the sight before him. All mercenaries were staring at him quietly. Most of them had a holographic stream of the trial in front of them, showing the empty boulder that Felix was sitting on. Felix ignored their looks and went to the bar. "I want my card," he requested from the dazed bartender. Yes, right away Sir Lancelot." The bartender immediately broke out of his daze and reached out to a device below the counter. It was an advanced 3D printer. "What name are you going to be using?" the bartender asked professionally. "Lance," Felix replied. "Only that?" "Yes." The bartender didn't dare to bother Felix about his mercenary name for a second time as he typed it in the device. Then, he waited for a second or two before a newly fancy platinum 3D card was created in front of Felix. It had his picture, his mercenary name, and rank in the front. On the backside, there was a table made out of 5 sections. Each one was colored differently. Starting from white, yellow, orange, red, black. This was the mission table. With each successful clearance, Felix would have a dot added in a section corresponding to the difficulty of the mission. The easiest missions were white and doable for F and E ranked mercenaries. Yellow missions were doable for D and C ranked mercenaries. Orange for B and A ranked mercenaries. Red for A and S ranked mercenaries. Lastly, black missions were impossible for mercenaries. They required heavy destructive weapons and fleets to finish them off, since it usually meant that the planet had already fallen into the clutches of void creatures. "Welcome to the guild, Sir Lance." The bartender handed Felix his platinum card as he bowed his head respectfully. "Thanks." Felix took it from his hand and beamed it in his bracelet almost immediately. Then, he turned around and walked towards the wide-open gate, uncaring about the murmurs and glances of those mercenaries. He could hear them egging each other to approach him and request him to join their squads, but no one dared to do so. After all, Felix was considered as an origin bloodliner in their eyes. Who would dare invite him in his squad when he was 10 times stronger than all of their allies combined? Origin bloodliners were extremely respected by bloodliners, and no one was stupid enough to antagonize them. After Felix exited the guild, the pub returned to its lively and noisy atmosphere almost instantly. "I bet he will join Unsung Heroes. Sir Winfried is the least bossy of the 5 leaders. Are you being for real? He is clearly going to favor blind scarves." "Agreed. Madame Hamaru is known for giving high positions based on the contribution of her squad members, unlike the others." The mercenaries avoided bringing the embarrassing subject of chickening in front of Felix and started placing bets on his upcoming choice. Felix was attracting this much attention only because he was probably the first origin bloodliner newbie to have ever applied to the guild. As they continued their rowdy discussion, Felix had already reached his suite. He entered and took a quick shower. When he exited, he opened his inbox for his fake ID. As he expected, there were hundreds of invitations from all kinds of squads. Although they were certain that Felix wouldn't even glance at their invitation, it wouldn't hurt to send it out there. Who knows? A miracle might happen. Queen, delete all. Unfortunately, Felix had no intentions of joining anyone, even the top 5 squads. If he wanted a squad, he would have brought Eric, Malak, and the rest of his crew with him. But, he required no one's help, since he wasn't here to kill void creatures for profit or fame, but to feed that fatty in his mind. Only he was able to extract void energy from those abominations with the help of Asna. Is it a good idea to reject invitations of even the top 5 guilds? Asna asked him. They might come after you if they felt disrespected or something. I don't have time to deal with each one of them. Felix said indifferently, I will email them later and reject their invitation properly. Felix did respect those seniors for providing protection against the Void Realm in the past centuries. Still, it didn't mean that he would bow to their decisions or such. Queen, please open the mission board. Felix requested as he laid on the bed. The Queen did as she was told and brought out a massive holographic list that was displaying hundreds of papers colored differently. The board was the exact replica of the one inside the guild's pub. The papers were still disappearing and getting replaced with new ones each second. Queen, please remove the white, yellow, and orange papers. The moment the Queen did so, the board was emptied out from the majority of papers. Only red and black papers were left behind. They were not that many. Surprisingly, there were more black papers than red ones. When Felix read their date, he didn't find it surprising anymore. Almost all of them were placed from years to thousands of years ago on the board. Since black color meant lost planets to void infestation, it meant that each paper represents a fallen planet on its dying breath. At this point, Felix started to believe that black-colored missions weren't posted on the board to get accepted by mercenaries but as a reminder. A reminder that each time they failed to do their job perfectly, a planet falls into the hands of void creatures. It might seem like losing a planet in the Milky Way galaxy was the same as losing a drop of water from an ocean, but in reality, those planets were extremely vital for the survival of the galaxy. That's because the moment a void portal appeared in the matter universe, the void creatures do not spread and start searching randomly for planets or life forms. Instead, all of them target the closest planet to the portal like they had a GPS implanted in their minds. It didn't matter if the distance was merely a couple of hundreds of thousands of kilometers or light years, they always spot said planet and invade it. Naturally, everything on their path gets hunted down as well. This entailed that with each falling planet, the void creatures would gain more ground inside the galaxy and continue targeting the closest planets to them. After hundreds to thousands of years, more portals would have emerged and more void creatures would follow the first pioneer megacell that opened the way for them. Before long, tens to hundreds of millions of void creatures would be spread all over the galaxy and no one would be able to do anything against them anymore. If they got rid of 1 million, 10 more millions would emerge from different portals akin to a wound that keep bleeding non-stop. The worst part was the fact that void portals emerge in places where a high amount of void energy was gathered. When those megacells spread through the galaxy, those void portals would be popping everywhere. If that happened, the galaxy would be doomed sooner or later. So, those planets weren't just rocks that could be given up on but natural shields against the void creatures. Void creatures have already crawled millions of light years away from the first portal that emerged at the edge of the Guardian Empire. Felix sighed as he eyed those fallen planets. Then, he focused on the red-colored missions, the most dangerous ones for any mercenary. 3 red missions have been posted only recently. Felix clicked on them and started reading their details. //mission, 20A/S rank squads are needed to cover the malaria zone on the planet Fonund. Requirement, clean out the area in the next 4 months. Difficulty, malaria zone is currently infested with 3 void minor cells. Rewards, void points rewarded for slaying void creatures are doubled. The squad with the highest points at the end of the mission duration would earn an additional 100k void points // Felix glanced at the other mission and found that it was also for the same planet but was more difficult. / mission, 60A/S rank squads are needed to cover the Egant zone on the planet Fonund. Requirement, clean out the area entirely in 1 year. Difficulty, Egant zone is currently infested with 10 void minor cells. Rewards, void points rewarded for slaying void creatures are tripled. The squad with the highest points at the end of the mission duration would earn an additional 500k void points // As for the third mission, it was 3 times difficult as it required more than 100 squads to clear our area that was infested with at least 20 void minor cells. The end reward for the highest clearance rate was 1 million VP. Since every minor void cell could have from hundreds of void creatures to thousands, this meant that in that area alone, there were at minimum 10,000 void creatures lurking. Sheesh, how can these many minor cells bypass the fleets? Felix was at loss for words at the details of those missions. He knew that fleets were supposed to intercept the mega void cell in space and destroy it before it reaches the planet. If everything went smoothly, not a single minor cell should manage to escape the fleet clutches and touch the planet behind them. Queen, play the news on the planet Fonund. Felix requested, wanting to scout the situation ahead before making any rash decision. The Queen displayed a few holograms in front of him, each showing a different news outlet. There was one covering the ongoing war in space, another covering the situation within the planet, and the last one was showing a live conference. The one presiding it was the Fang as he stood before hundreds of reporters and spoke solemnly, "We have begged the army to send more fleets to help us protect this planet, but as usual, they refused our request. Even when the size of the megacell was clearly too much to handle for the forces at hand. This is the consequence of their rejection." The Fang turned around and showcased a replay of the war's stream in space between their fleets and the original megacell. Spaceships kept firing hundreds of deadly explosive plasma rays at the cosmic purplish entity that resembled a cosmic jelly slop. The dark space was illuminated by those plasma rays, but it didn't show something to be celebrated of. Instead, it made the reporters show worried expressions as those explosive rays did nothing but split the megacell into thousands of smaller parts. In an ideal scenario, the megacell should have been blown out entirely, leaving only a few smaller cells to escape through the chaos. To achieve so, a massive amount of power was required to be delivered at the same time. Unfortunately, the hundreds of spaceships weren't enough at all. Now, they were forced to hunt those thousands of smaller cells and get rid of them before they all reach the planet. The worst part, the void cell's speed wasn't to be joked about. They weren't traveling the space like snails on the ground but like hummingbirds traveling from a flower to another. Luckily, the fleet intercepted the megacell while it was still far away from the planet, giving them ample time to minimize their numbers. Although they did their best for days and days, it was still not enough to get rid of every one of them. The end result? The Fang showed an apocalyptic sight for the reporters. 100 void cells of different sizes and shapes all entering Fonun's exosphere in a single hour. Dear God! The planet is doomed. It's going to be impossible to clean it in time before another major cell leaves through the portal and threatens the planet again. How could the great commander make such a blunder? In the past few decades, he truly has lost his brilliance. We keep giving up planet after another without a single victory in sight. You can't really blame him for not providing extra reinforcement. There are just too many planets to protect at the same time. The reporters' opinions were torn whether to blame the great commander or give him a break, since the army was truly running out of resources while the void portal's numbers continue to rise. I didn't hold this conference to switch blame or such. The Fang looked straight at the camera and said, "I'm holding it to beseech the army to send more foot soldiers to help the mercenary squads clean the planet as fast as possible." The Fang made sure to show a pre-made montage of mercenary squads fighting tens of void creatures all over the planet. All of them were shown to be either running away, struggling in their fights, or dying needless deaths due to being overnumbered. This is simply a cry for help from the army, the Fang said with a hopeless look before leaving the conference room. Just as a hubbub was rising between the reporters, Felix removed the holograms from his face while thinking, if the media applied enough pressure, the army might send more reinforcement to alleviate the situation. Not that I care. Felix smirked faintly as he clicked accept on the 3 red missions at the same time. In his eyes, the situation in Fonund couldn't be any better for him. The planet was recently infested, which meant he wouldn't need to waste a lot of time to locate void creatures. Sir Felix, you cannot accept those missions since you are not in a squad. Unfortunately, his enthusiasm was met with bad news from Queen AI. Shit, I forgot that all orange and red missions require a squad to apply for accepting them. Felix rubbed his eyelids in annoyance. Whatever, I will create one now. Since he was an A-ranked mercenary, he had the right to create one, unlike C-ranked mercenaries and below. Felix entered the official website for the Void Guild and scanned his mercenary ID on a scanner placed on the home interface. After getting approved, he was given the appropriate access to his rank. Felix went to the Squad Applications tab and clicked on it. Then, he ignored the many squads recruitments ads and pressed on Create a Mercenary Squad. Felix was given a long form to fill in that was related to his squad's details. He left most of the form empty as he wrote only the squad's name and the number of members allowed to enter it. Lance as its name and only you as its member. Asna's eyelids twitched, I doubt your application for the mission will be approved. Oh, it will be. Felix smirked faintly as he picked a purplish snake logo for his squad. After all, I am an origin bloodliner in their eyes. As Felix expected, the moment Faye saw his name on the application list for the 3 missions, she swiftly approved of him on one of them without even asking permission from her father. In her eyes, she would rather have Felix on their planet than 5 squads since he had already demonstrated his ability to handle void packs alone. I should forward the news to father. He will be pleased immensely. Faye smiled widely as she sent an email to the Fang. Meanwhile, Felix had exited the suite the moment he saw that one of his applications got approved. There was no point to remain in the city anymore after he got his mercenary card. After he reached his spaceship that was docked on one of the space stations, Felix keyed in the coordinates of the planet and requested the Queen to head there at full speed. Now, let's deal with the invitation of those fogies. Immediately after he logged into the UVR, Felix sent a unified email to the assembly members, who contacted him. He simply told them that he wanted to be a squad leader instead of a subordinate. There was nothing wrong with that since he had demonstrated that he owned enough strength to be a leader instead of a follower. Honestly, Felix didn't give a shit if they would be offended or not, as he simply sent them this email due to the respect of their service. Nothing more, nothing less. Inside the same meeting room on Fonund, the Fang could be seen reading the 2 emails sent to him by Felix and his daughter. He was pleased by one and disappointed by the other. When he read that Felix had chosen to offer his assistance on this planet, he was more than happy. Though, when he read his polite response to his squad's invitation, his happiness faded away. Be a squad leader? What a polite way to tell us that he preferred playing alone. The Fang smiled bitterly. He will learn the hard way that being solo is the worst decision to make against those abominations. It wasn't that the Fang didn't trust in Felix's abilities, but he knew full well how obnoxious and treacherous those void creatures were in real life. He still remembered his own shitty solo experience when he had just broken through into the Origin realm. He was young and filled with unspoken confidence after succeeding in reaching the peak of humanity. Alas, his confidence was shattered in its first week as he had realized that if luck wasn't on your side, it didn't matter how strong you were, only death would follow. He was unlucky to the point he ended up getting ambushed by 2 packs at night. When he got rid of them, he wasn't left with even a minute to recover his energy before he got ambushed by another pack. Those pack numbers range from 10 to 20 void creatures. What's worse, there were multiple elite void creatures in one pack, unlike what Felix experienced in the trials. Luckily, he managed to drop his inflated ego and escape for his life. Ever since then, he never hunted alone or allowed his children to do so in real life. I should try to convince him to join me after he realizes that his decision is foolish. The Fang waved the emails away as he smiled faintly. He had no intentions of antagonizing Felix or pestering him. In fact, he planned on giving him full freedom to do as he pleased on his planet. Since he believed that Felix would crumble in no time no matter what zone he picked to clear out. After all, the number of void cells that invaded this planet was truly astronomical, to the point even the Fang saw no hope in saving it. Queen, when will he arrive? The Fang requested. From 1 month to 3 months depending on the transportation method he chose and the time of his departure. I believe he arrived at the capital using a modified dark deviant. So, if he moved today, he shall arrive in 1 month or so. Hehe. This shall give no time for the other fogies to intercept him and make him change his mind. The Fang snickered. As he assumed, the other 3 assembly members were expressing their irritation in front of their children after finding out about Felix's decision to hunt solo on the Fang's planet. Unfortunately, they could do nothing but remain seated and wait for another opportunity. 1 month later. The scarlet humongous planet of Fonund could be seen from the windows of the Dark Deviant spaceship. If Felix didn't stop the spaceship every 2 days to integrate the void bloodline, he would have reached the planet even sooner. Thanks to those integrations, Felix had pushed his percentage to 52% and unlocked the first 2 active abilities and another 2 passives of Lord Cows's bloodline. Felix was more than satisfied with them. "Sir Felix, the administration center is requesting a call," Queen AI informed. "Accept it," Felix answered as he seated himself in the cockpit. The moment he gave his permission, a holographic screen emerged before him, showing a middle-aged green-skinned man, in a black military uniform. Felix glanced at the stripes on his shoulders and realized that he was a sergeant. "Sir Lance, I hope you comply with our instructions fully to avoid any friction." The sergeant spoke composedly. "Sure thing," Felix agreed. Although he was considered as an origin bloodliner and a ranked mercenary, he still needed to comply with the army's rules. The first thing he was requested to do was sign a contract forwarded to him by the sergeant. It was a big-ass contract made out of 50 pages at least. Felix read it carefully for a few minutes before signing it. Although there were many terms that needed to be respected, they were all sound and logical. Such as desertion from the planet before concluding a mission was punished heavily by the army as well as the guild. This was still a war first and foremost. Since the mercenaries were obliged to follow some of the army's rules, it was only natural that they would be rewarded if they did well. The rewards for great achievements were honorary ranks and territory. Honestly, Felix didn't get even a little bit excited about those rewards since honorary ranks were more useless than unique titles in the SG platform. As for territory, he had no interest in receiving an empty solar system and working himself to the bone to make it prosper. Especially, not in this empire that was burdened with a never-ending war. "Thank you for your service and welcome to Fonund." The sergeant nodded his head respectfully at Felix after receiving the signed contract. Then, he hung up after giving Felix permission to enter Fonund's atmosphere. He was allowed to do so since there was no space elevator on this planet. A few seconds later, the dark deviant had burst through the dreadful crimson clouds, giving Felix a full view of the planet. The only description that came up in Felix's mind after seeing the dry red land was bleak. The planet was made out of deserts, mountains, ranges, chasms, canyons, active volcanoes, and dry fields filled with weird-looking plants. Everything was either red, scarlet, crimson, or orange. There were no seas, oceans, or greenery. Even the few plants here and there were colored like blood. Since the heat was really unbearable, this planet was the closest thing to hell. In a few minutes, Felix's spaceship had reached one of the biggest guild bases on the planet. Instead of parking his spaceship on the ground, Felix used an aircraft for landing while sending his spaceship outside of the atmosphere. Based on the contract he signed, his spaceship would be operated by the Queen AI to protect the planet from any incoming void meteors. It wasn't just him but all the spaceships belonging to other mercenaries. Naturally, they would be rewarded with contribution points that could be used to increase their honorary rank or buy stuff from the army. "Welcome Sir Lance to the second void base." The moment Felix stepped out of the aircraft inside the dome-like silver base, he was greeted respectfully by a guard. "Thank you. Please follow me, I will be your guide." Without wasting time, Felix remained behind the guard as he led him through a long metallic corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a spacious open area like a hotel lobby. The only difference was that it was packed with mercenaries and soldiers moving along while minding their own business. The guard went through the crowd and Felix followed him to an elevator. The base is actually situated underground and its walls are reinforced with a unique material called life negator. It helps cover our life signals to avoid getting seen by void creatures. The guard disclosed as he pressed on a -5 button. "I see." Felix understood that with this many people in one spot, the void creatures would have attacked the base the moment they landed on the planet. After all, void creatures always prioritize life forms more than anything. Felix knew about this material as he planned on buying it with void points in the base since he would be traveling solo. This material would help him rest at night if he applied it thoroughly on his skin since he wouldn't need to worry about getting targeted by void creatures. Such a useful material wasn't really desirable by mercenaries since it cost more than 10 kvp1 per kilogram. No one would pay that amount to sleep well when they could have done so anyway by having a few patrols at night. Void points. Ting. After the elevator opened up, the guard led Felix through another spacious hall that resembled a massive living room with all the couches and chairs placed over the place. There were many restaurants around the place with small queues of soldiers and mercenaries. This must be the cafeteria, Felix thought as he followed the guard towards the exit of the hall. When they crossed it, they were met with many doors placed next to each other like hotel rooms. At the end of the corridor, the guard stopped before a door and said, "This is your room. Please, feel free to ask the Queen if you have any further inquired about the base." "Will do, thank you." Felix nodded his head in appreciation and scanned his bracelet with the door. A second later, the door opened up and the guard left Felix to his own devices after seeing so. Thud. Felix closed the door behind him and checked his room with multiple visions, wanting to see if there was any kind of abnormality. When he didn't find anything peculiar, he dropped his suspicion and sat on a fluffy bed. The room didn't have a kitchen or living room. Just a bedroom with a bathroom. Although I just arrived, I need to start the hunt as fast as possible. Felix didn't plan on chilling for the day and going hunting in the morning. He had only 2 years of time to farm enough to hatch Nemo before his temporarily fake identity expire. He had no idea how much that little feeder would require to hatch. The only thing known was that his appetite keep increasing day by day. I need to visit the store first and restock. Felix opened a map for the base and requested the Queen to guide him to the mercenary store. In the base, there was the army store and the mercenary store. One accepted only void points and the other accepted only contribution points. Though, the products sold were almost the same. Since Felix had earned void points during the trial after hunting down 5 packs, he had enough to buy some necessities. In a few minutes, Felix reached the store that was placed on the 7th lower ground floor. The entire floor had only the mercenary shop and the army shop, making the atmosphere pretty intense as both sides kept throwing salty remarks at each other to pass time in the queue. "Another cutie has arrived. Come closer." The moment Felix queued up, he was whistled at by a burly, tall woman with a short black hair from the army side. She was looking at Felix like a wolf staring at a fresh steak. Although Felix had modified his face, he was still extremely handsome due to his skin luster and flamboyant purplish hair. Both the mercenaries and soldiers avoided having eye contact with the woman as they laughed silently at Felix's plight. They knew that it wouldn't be good to antagonize her. She was an infamous soldier, whose nickname was Hulky. She got known for devouring a dozen of handsome men and women in the base and forcing a dozen more to transfer away. Since her rank and strength were pretty higher than most individuals here, everyone who landed in her cross-eye could only do as she said or move to another base. As for ratting on her to the supervisors or such, that would be even more embarrassing than complying with her. "Bro, you better leave the base as fast as possible, or she will keep sexually harassing you the entire time." A bald youthful man with a big black piercing in his ears warned Felix after queuing behind him. "Cutie with the purple hair. I calling you. Why are you ignoring me?" Felix glanced at her indifferently and saw that she was pouting. With her manly visage, the image wasn't as pretty as she thought. "You have my blessing, cutie." Asna grinned in enjoyment at the sight of Felix getting harassed publicly. Not wanting to keep everyone entertained, Felix responded indifferently while staring at her, "Sorry, not my type." The moment he said so, the stiffened chuckles here and there were quietened down almost immediately. Both the soldiers and the mercenaries eyed Felix sympathetically, like they were staring at a fallen soldier. Even the bald man took a few steps back, not wanting to be associated with Felix anymore. "Not your type." The short-haired woman stopped pouting at once as her expression turned nasty. She left the army's queue and walked towards Felix akin to a barbarian with her massive muscles bulging out of her uniform. No one dared to block her path, making her reach Felix in a blink of an eye. Felix had to lift his head to stare at her in the eyes as she was at least 2.5 meters. "Say it again," she said with a suppressed tone as she approached her face to Felix's. Felix ignored her and glanced at the queue in front of him. After seeing that it wasn't moving at all since everyone was watching the ongoing situation, he let out a long sigh. "You." Before the short-haired woman could react to his treatment, she found herself unable to utter a word or move a muscle. She was completely frozen solid like an ice statue, only her pupils and thoughts were able to move freely. Felix placed his hands back in his hoodie pockets and walked towards the store's desk, skipping the queue bluntly. Yet, the mercenaries neither blocked him nor cursed him for it. Why? Because they were frozen by his spiritual pressure just like Hulky. What's up with them? Why is no one moving? What happened to Hulky? Meanwhile, the soldiers on the other side were left mostly confused by the current development. They expected a fight to arise or Felix surrendering to the circumstances. Instead, they were left to stare at the frozen line of mercenaries as Felix passed by them coolly. 20 compressors cannons, 40 crystal cores, repair parts, a large hover vehicle, and half a kilogram of life negator. Felix demanded from the store clerk after reaching the desk, not giving a shit that he was serving another mercenary before him. The store clerk didn't know how to respond as he could only stare at Felix with a dumbfounded expression. "Don't make me wait for too long," Felix said calmly, but the clerk did pick up a tint of irritation in his voice. "Rig-gt-I sir." The store clerk sprinted to the shelves, not bothering to glance at the stiffened mercenary next to Felix, who was sweating buckets from his forehead. In a few moments, he returned and handed Felix a spatial card. Felix took it and glanced at the inventory. Upon seeing that everything was there besides the hover vehicle, he paid the amount requested. Since he hunted the void packs all alone, the points rewarded belonged to just him, making him have more than enough to pay for his stock. "You will find your vehicle in the garage." Nervous, the store clerk informed Felix while fiddling with his fingers. "Thanks." Felix smiled at him pleasantly and walked back towards the elevator. The moment he entered it and turned his back on everyone, loud gasps resounded loudly on the floor. Some mercenaries fell on their knees as they clutched into their chests in horror while some landed on their sweaty butts. The hell was that? Is that an ability? I couldn't move or breathe. I felt like I was going to suffocate. That bastard tried to kill us all or what? The soldiers got even more bewildered at the current chaotic scene on the mercenaries' side. Everyone looked terrified and pissed off. Only Hulky seemed out of it as she didn't rage like the others. Instead, she kept murmuring to herself in disbelief, "Spiritual pressure, it can't be right, only Origin Realm bloodlines can use it." Unlike the mercenaries, she had experienced spiritual level from her general after she stepped out of line in the past. That hopeless feeling of not having the ability to move, talk, breath, or do anything was too horrifying to forget. What she experienced at that time was still not as shocking as what happened right now. Because she believed that spiritual pressure had a short range and couldn't be applied to many people at the same time. Yet, Felix had just applied it on more than 100 mercenaries, whose strength was above the 5th stage of replacement. Who the hell was I about to offend? Scared shitless, Hulky gulped a mouthful and returned to the soldier's side without uttering a single word against Felix like the other mercenaries. Though, she made sure to send out the information to her general, hoping that he would back her up if Felix ever wanted to discipline her due to her actions. He is done for. He broke the contract terms and used an ability. Report him to the Queen. Meanwhile, most mercenaries were too ashamed by what happened to them to think clearly. They wanted nothing more but to get their revenge against Felix, making them report his actions to Queen Ai. Unfortunately, the only response they received was, "Sir Lance has not used lethal weapon or abilities against you. Please refrain from making false reports or you will be punished based on the contract terms." One by one, the mercenaries fell into a deathly silence, not daring to believe in the Queen's reply. No abilities used? That's impossible. They all thought. The smart ones didn't focus on this detail but actually Felix's mercenary name as they searched him on the guild's website. The moment they saw his strength evaluation, they all felt chills course on their spine. We were cursing an origin bloodliner, we are f***ing seeking death. They all shouted in terror. Most mercenaries and soldiers in the base didn't watch the trial or the news related to it in the past month since they were all busy dealing with the invasion. No one had the free time to entertain himself with videos of other mercenaries when they were in a state of war. If it wasn't for so, some of them would have recognized Felix before he even took a step inside the floor. Now that they found out about his identity, they wasted no time to search information about him. What came up was his trial's highlights, mercenary rank, the accepted mission, and the squad he created. The moment some of the mercenaries saw that he was all alone in his squad, they completely forgot about their fear. My contract with my squad is over already. I can ditch them and join Sir Lance's squad. A new squad led by an origin bloodliner. This is big. If I joined early, he can make me an executive. Should I migrate my entire squad and join him? We are 10 elites with long years of partnership, I doubt he will reject us. The mercenaries' thought process had completely shifted to wanting to join Felix's squad. They knew that it was a lifetime opportunity since every origin bloodliner in the guild was part of the 5 big squads. Those squads already had an intense competition between the mercenaries to climb the ladder. Meanwhile, Felix's squad was still fresh and without a ladder. Anyone who joined would be one of the founders of the squad. Without a second wasted, some mercenaries bolted towards the elevator. They had already found out about Felix's room number and were heading towards it. Unfortunately for them, Felix didn't return to his room nor did he plan on doing so for the next couple of months. Right now, he was already driving an armored hover vehicle outside the base. Since the planet lacked oxygen, Felix was wearing a pitch-black thin spacesuit made out of nanobots. Queen, give me the current state in malaria zone. Felix requested as he drove 10 meters above the crimson hellish desert. There are 120 active squads that are spread throughout a 3,000 kilometers radius. More than 50 squads had already perished or retreated back to the base. On the other hand, 1,000 void creatures had been eliminated successfully. It's that bad? Hey. Felix shook his head at the results, not liking them one bit. 50 A/S rank squads perished or retreated. That's way too many fatalities, especially when those squads were led by veteran hunters. The worst part, only 1,000 void creatures got killed? Based on Felix's intel, the malaria zone was infested with 3 big-ass minor cells. Each cell should have more than 2,000 void creatures merged. So, all that efforts and fatalities, yet the results were merely taking care of half a cell? If it's this bad in this zone, I don't want to think about the other zones. Felix smiled bitterly as he thought, this planet might be really doomed after all. Felix stopped thinking about disheartening matters and focused on his journey. Right now, he was still traveling in the green area that was around the base. The green area simply represents the maximum range of the defensive weapons on the base. Any void creature getting close would get blasted from the face of the planet. While Felix was driving the vehicle at its fastest speed towards the malaria zone, the Fang and his children were gathered in front of another base that was situated on the other side of the planet. Ronan, I want you to lead your crew in Egant zone. We are slowly losing control of it. The Fang ordered. Consider it done, father. Ronan nodded his head firmly and moved right away. Little Faye, I want you to handle malaria zone. Take Wolverine with you. The Fang commanded as he looked at his sole daughter and youngest child. Got. I don't need a babysitter, father. Before Faye could respond, Wolverine interrupted with a displeased look. Silence. The Fang frowned his eyebrows at him and said, this is your first mission and I will be a fool if I let you lead a team in it. You don't have to worry about me. Wolverine retorted, "You saw my performance in the trials. I am not worried about you." The Fang glared at him, "I am worried that you will get our people killed by your incompetence. So let me roll solo. Isn't that show-off Lance doing the same right now?" Wolverine barked, still admitted at hunting alone. He had been waiting for this day for so long, and he didn't want it to be ruined by his sister taking all the credit. He was this eager to show what he got for one reason. He didn't like it one bit that Felix had stolen the show in the trials, making him almost invisible just like the other recruits. When he finished the trials after hunting 5 void packs, he assumed that he would be greeted by congratulations and cheers in the pub. After all, he was the first A-ranked new recruit in the guild. Sadly, the situation didn't go as he fantasized due to Felix's previous performance. The worst part, even his father didn't pay him much attention after he passed the trials. All he spoke about was recruiting Felix at all cost and even assigned his daughter to seduce him if possible. That's why he sent her to Malaria Zone, since he wanted them to meet each other. "Just let me try Fath." Smack. Unfortunately for Wolverine, Faye didn't have the same patience as their father. She slapped him in the back of his neck out of nowhere, making him pass out in an instant before he could argue for himself. Then, she carried him on her shoulder and nodded her head at the Fang, "Be at ease, I will keep a close eye on this troublemaker." "Good, and don't forget your mission." The Fang nodded his head at her. "I will try my best," Faye said firmly, but in her mind, she was cursing, "This old geezer even want to use me as a honeypot trap. He is really far gone in his agendas. Whatever, I will put the minimum effort in interacting with that man. Old geezer can't blame me if that man doesn't show interest in me." Faye smirked faintly as she walked away while carrying Wolverine. "As for the rest of you." The Fang looked at his oldest 3 sons, the pillars of his family, and said, "You know what to do." 3 hours later, Felix could be seen standing above his armored vehicle while surveying below him with his void eye. He had just crossed over the Malaria Zone, and he had already met 2 void packs hiding deep underneath the soil. Unfortunately, they were at least 10 kilometers underground, making Felix doubtful if they could even notice him. "Turn right," Felix requested from the Queen after seeing that the 2 packs had gone to separate ways. He decided to chase the one with the 3 elite void creatures on the lead, unlike the other that had only 1 elite. "Queen, lower the altitude to the bare minimum," Felix asked while crouching on the vehicle's roof. Unfortunately, even after the vehicle was hovering only 1 meter above the ground, the void pack still didn't pay any attention to Felix and continued on its journey. It must be attracted to something," Felix reasoned. To make sure of it, he lifted his bandana and activated quantum vision. Then, he zoomed in the direction of the void pack. No wonder. Before long, Felix managed to spot a small camp made out of 5 giant tents and 7 hover vehicles parked at the side. Inside the camp, he saw more than 15 red humanoid auras with his infrared vision. They seemed to be discussing something as they sat in a circle inside the biggest tent. "Must be 2 squads," Felix requested. "Queen, inform me of the squads' names and their details." The Queen obliged and showed him 2 holographic screens, each one filled with details of a squad. "The Sinners and the Rejected." Felix murmured the squads' names while checking on their members, achievements, clearance rate, and other information. This was possible since every squad had signed the army contract, making them treat each other as allies within the planet even if they were their worst enemies outside. Since they were allies, it was only normal to have the ability to locate and contact each other quite easily to offer backup. Though, the moment someone nearby asked for another squad location, that said squad would be notified by the Queen. That's why Felix avoided using the Queen's GPS system and relied on his vision. Such a massive void pack should be easily noticeable by device or a mercenary with good detection ability. Felix decided with a faint smile, so they won't die from the ambush. There is no need to waste such a good bait. It's getting pretty dangerous around here. I believe we should seek other squads and ally with them for protection. A long-eared dashing man proposed while looking at the people in front of him. Captain Feather, it's not like we don't agree with you, but I believe that we already have too many people. A skinny bronze-skinned beautiful woman responded in a composed manner. Indeed, if we added more squads, we will be luring too many packs to handle. Another squad mate supported her claim. So what's the play, Miss Brazen? Captain Feather sighed, I have already lost 4 members in my squad in the past 2 weeks. I don't want to lose. SHH. Before he could finish, he was shushed down by Miss Brazen. When they saw her place her head on the ground while her eyes were closed shut, they started gulping audibly. They knew that she had a seismic passive, allowing her to sense vibration below the ground. Since almost only void creatures were running below them on this planet, they prepared for a battle. Shit! It's a big pack led by 2 or 3 elite void creatures. Miss Brazen cursed with a twisted expression after sensing that the vibrations were way too loud. Are they aiming at us? Captain Feather asked while drawing his weapon with a somber expression. What do you think? Miss Brazen yelled as she dashed outside the tent. Upon hearing her panicked voice, no one dared to remain inside the tent. They sprinted outside and grouped up with their squad mates. In a few seconds, they didn't need to rely on Miss Brazen passive as they started to feel the vibration on the ground by themselves. Sinners Formation 1. Miss Brazen ordered loudly as she drank a potion that gave her grey feathery wings. Meanwhile, her squad mates rushed to their hover vehicles and started off the engine. Then, they forced the vehicle to hover to its peak height as fast as possible. Then, they placed them on auto-driving mode and sent them away to avoid getting destroyed during their battle. As for them, they took flight potions as well and grouped up with their leader, Miss Brazen. Meanwhile, the rejected squad also grouped up in the air after sending their vehicles away. No one thought about running away since they knew that the void creatures were much faster than those armored vehicles. Rumble! Rumble! Here they come! Miss Brazen shouted at Captain Feather, let's separate them. Boredom! 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 Before Captain Feather could approve, their camp was blasted into pieces after 3 humongous elite void creatures had burst from beneath it. One of them resembled a giant purplish eagle with a single leg and no beacon. Another one appeared to be a creepish monster made out of different bestial parts, making it impossible to identify it. The last one was the most frightening one as it resembled a human with 2 heads and 4 arms. Yet the scariest part was the army made out of tens of low-born void creatures following behind them akin to baby chicks chasing after mother hen. Splie it! Miss Brazen yelled as she flew to the west. Her squad mates followed after her in a tight formation. Meanwhile, Captain Feather and his squad flew in the other direction. This forced the 3 gigantic elite void creatures to split up from the pack forcefully and chase after the nearest squad to them. FCK! Miss Brazen cursed hatefully after she glanced behind her and saw that 2 elite void creatures were after her tail. Naturally, most lowborns remained close to their bosses, making her squad be focused by the biggest portion of the pack. On the other hand, Captain Feather couldn't be any happier to see that only 1 elite and a few lowborns were after his squad. Haha, it's must due to the numbers. He reasoned while laughing in excitement. His squad had only 5 remaining mercenaries after 4 of them ended up perishing in the past 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the sinners still didn't lose a single member in this expedition. Boys, prepare for the descent. Captain Feather ordered with a thrilled expression. A single elite void creature with a few lowborns was a freebie and he wasn't planning on letting them go. Unfortunately for him, neither did Felix. Whoosh whoosh! Out of nowhere, 2 massive dark purplish energy blasts emerged from behind the pack and penetrated all the lowborn creatures like they were made out of tofu. Yet, it didn't stop there as it reached out to the back of the chimera-looking void creature and sunk deep within its body. It has been marked. Felix smiled coldly as he stood on top of his vehicle that was positioned at least 3 kilometers away. What he had just used was one of his 2 active void abilities. It was called Void Seekers. It allowed Felix to fire off 2 void energy blasts that could deconstruct anything it touches based on the density of its energy. If the target was void-based entities, it would target them like a homing missile. The scariest part, Felix was able to empower the blasts as much as he wanted by simply providing more void energy. After adding compressor cannons to the mix, the fired Void Seekers were able to target void creatures that were kilometers away and even blow them apart. Still, they were not strong enough to deal with the elite void creature. But, Felix didn't seem too bothered by it. He simply beamed one of the black chests sent by Lord Cows and touched it with his void energy, covering it entirely. He placed it on the vehicle's roof and requested from the Queen to put his nanobot's clothes inside his spatial card. When he was fully nude, Felix closed his eyes shut and snapped his finger. The moment he did so, his body started to flicker like a candle about to go off, then, there was no then. He completely disappeared out of existence. A split second later, his nude body emerged within the elite void creature, unbeknownst to Captain Feather and his squad mates. Asna, it's your turn. At ease, Felix placed his hands behind his back while floating inside the dense void energy. Because of his immunity, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Since his physical defenses were beyond abnormal, the pressure didn't harm him as well. Instead, he felt like was floating on warm shallow waters, making him smile widely in enjoyment. Meanwhile, the chimera-like void creature stopped chasing the rejected squad after sensing that Felix was inside its body. Since Felix was alive, the elite void creature opened its mouth widely and munched on its formless body, trying to eat him. Alas, nothing much changed but its form getting twisted slightly. After all, its entire body was made out of the same density of void energy. So, it could not harm itself even if it wanted. Making me work even during my break. Meanwhile, Asna grumbled to herself while absorbing the void energy that was in contact with Felix's pores. Since he had a 100% void affinity rating, the energy absorbed was entering through his pores akin to a flood. After sensing so, the chimera-like void creature started to squirm and toss around in the sky, wanting to get rid of the tumor that was eating through it. Too bad, Felix was like a leaf that went with the wind flow. No matter what it did, he remained stuck within it firmly. The hell is going on up there? Captain Feather exclaimed in bewilderment as he watched the nightmarish void creature getting smaller and smaller while squirming around. His squad mates didn't know to respond as they were just as confused as him. If they weren't too focused on descending to the ground and preparing for a counterattack, they would have spotted the Void Seekers and realized that someone had caused this. Queen, record this please. Captain Feather requested immediately after regaining his wits. He knew that such a weird piece of information would sell for a lot. After all, he was watching an elite void creature shrinking from a behemoth size to merely an elephant size on its own. Is it committing suicide or what? Can they even do that? Let's get close and find out. Captain Feather ordered while flapping his wings rapidly. He didn't feel threatened anymore due to the minimized size of the elite void creature. Time to bounce. The moment Felix sensed that foreign energies were approaching with his passive dimensional senses, he didn't hesitate to snap his finger again. Just like before, he flicked for a split second before disappearing out of existence. The moment that happened, the elite void creature stopped squirming around and turned immediately towards Captain Feather and his squad. Then, it rushed in their direction as fast as possible, scaring the crap out of them. Kill it! Boom boom! Boom! Thankfully, they had experienced enough ambushes to not freeze totally and counterattack in a timely manner. Since the elite void creature size had been reduced to merely a few meters, the salvo of abilities thrown at it was more than enough to delete from the face of the planet. Honestly, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Captain Feather could only stare at his squad mates speechlessly, not able to comprehend the current development. From being chased by one pack made out of a massive elite void creature and 8 low-born void creatures to ending up killing a tiny little one. The only one able to answer his question was chilling within the giant humanoid elite void creature that was chasing after the Sinner's squad. The distance between those two elite void creatures should be at least 10 kilometers by now. Felix literally blinked there,